easy. It's got my shot. Got this. If I get the card, I prepare for this day. One time. Breathe.
You never know when your time is going to come. To rise above the rest. To seize the opportunity. To be crowned a champion. Is it time for your story to be told? The World Poker Tour.
Hello everyone and welcome to the final table of WPT Prime Vietnam. We are so excited to be here at the Crown Poker Club in Hanoi for our final table. We have played down from a record-breaking 1,151 entries, and today we're going to play with our final 9 on the live stream. They're going to be playing for the first prize of $177,000 and a seat to the World Championship at the Win in Las Vegas in December. Let's meet our final 9. In seat 1, we have Thuc from Vietnam with 4.95 million chips. In seat 2, Xizhen from China with 7.625 million chips. In seat 3, Hans Leo from China with 4.675 million chips. In seat 4 from South Korea, Jaeho with 2.45 million chips. In seat 5 from Australia, Julian Warhurst with 2.3 million. In seat 6, Jinlong from China with 3.5 million. In seat 7 from Australia, Phillip Nguyen with 2.7 million chips. In seat 8, Thuc from Hong Kong with 5.1 million chips.
Enjoy the game. Yeah. Enjoy the game.
And finally, from Japan in seat 9, Satoshi Kuriga with We are so excited to see I'm looking forward to crowning champions.
All right, Shuffle Up and Deal has been announced for this record-breaking 1,151 player entry field. We are coming to you live from the final table of the WPT Prime Vietnam in the Crown Poker Club in Hanoi, Vietnam. My name is Adrian Nagy. Alongside me, I am happy to have the Director of Product for Poker Power and Vice President of the Women's Poker Association, AJ Rudolph. AJ, welcome.
Hi, Adrian. Thank you for having me. I'm excited to be here.
Well, it certainly is going to be an exciting final table. As you can see, the first prize payout in this record-setting event. When I say record-setting, I mean record-setting in the fact that this is the largest WPT main event ever held in Asia. So we really had a lot of great time throughout the entire festival, a lot of huge tournaments. And as you see here, our final table participants are ready to take down a first prize of 177,000 USD. And of course, a seat to the season ending WPT World Championship in Las Vegas. So there's a lot at stake here. Our final table is at 9. Our WPT Prime final tables play down to 9 players. So we do have an extorted level of stacks. And as you see, Danny McDonough, really responsible for a lot of the great progress that WPT has made in Prime in all our great locations throughout the world. And again, the team there headed up by Angelica Hale, Danny McDonough, Sam Cariotti have really done a fantastic job. And of course, running the event on the ground, the global event managers, Hillary St. Clair, really take the time to make sure the players have the best experience possible here. And we are excited for everyone to join us as action is about to get underway.
Looks like they're all staying hydrated too. They passed around the water bottles.
That's definitely, being based in Las Vegas, I probably drink 4 times the water than most people do. And I still don't hydrate enough, so that's always great advice. It's a little bit stressful in these final tables, and certainly under the bright lights with the first person that will actually receive the WPT Prime Champions Cup. The WPT Prime Champions Cup was unveiled during the festival here, and it is a magnificent design. And on the actual first anniversary of the WPT Prime, it's really amazing that we've got this record-setting event. As we see, the blinds start out here at 50, 100,000 with the 100,000 big blind ante. And we do have a variety of stacks around the table. Only one real stack that seems to be in somewhat of jeopardy here. Satoshi Kuriga in seat 9 with 10 big blinds to start things off. And if we take a look around the table, our chip leader with 76 big blinds in seat 2 is Xizhen Huang. And it is a decent chip lead here with 76 big blinds. However, there will be an interesting dynamic because in seat 1, Thuc Nguyen, a pretty accomplished player, pretty aggressive player, has 50 big blinds. And in seat 3, Hans Leo with 46. So while that 76 big blinds does have a big advantage over a lot of the table, it's going to be interesting to see how the dynamic goes if the chip leader here, Shun, tries to get aggressive, or excuse me, Zui tries to get aggressive and gets played back against by Shi or Hans.
A lot of these players, when filling out the sheet about themselves, described them all as aggressive. They all consider themselves aggressive.
Well, that is an awesome trait to have, or at least a mindset to have, walking into a large field multi-table tournament with a fantastic structure that you're going to find with WPT Prime, because you're going to have to get all these chips eventually, and that takes a lot of effort. There was multiple flights, day ones in this tournament, multiple opportunities to for 1,100 USD to run up your stack and get a chance here for a WPT title.
Very
Looks like the
exciting.
player is waiting. And I'm sorry about that, AJ. I know we talked about this, and I said I wasn't going to talk over you, but that's one. I owe you officially one, okay.
No worries. I was going to say, actually, the only person who didn't say their playing style, everybody said aggressive if they mentioned that, and the only one who didn't say his playing style was aggressive was Phillip Nguyen. He says his playing style is getting lucky. You got to get a little lucky in poker.
And I would say that's a great mindset to have as well. Expect good things to happen, and sometimes you can pull the trigger in a situation and make a move and not necessarily have the best hand, but force someone to fold or get lucky when the cards come out. All right, so we've got action underway. Looking to see when we'll have our first open here at the final table. Again, welcome to everyone. It's great to have everybody here. I know that this timing we've got people from all over the world. So whether you're joining us for a late night snack, a little getting home after a late night job, or getting ready to get up in the morning, we're happy to have you. And we are nine-handed, so I expect to see some slowing down from the start here because of some of these 20 big blind stacks. Tsang's gonna open here to 225,000, so just slightly over a min raise.
Satoshi's not getting in there with his small stack yet.
Yeah, it's tempting to try to start to double up right away, but it's in a situation like this where you can ladder up. It's definitely good to wait until at least you have some semblance of a hand to go.
Right.
And it looks like we're going to have our first pot. I raise and take it. And again, just to recap, the blinds and antes are 50 and 100 with the 100,000 chip big blind ante. Like an amazing setup. Definitely has to be on my list next year for WPT Prime stops. Have you ever been?
I've never been. I might have to make it on my list too.
Yeah, maybe next year instead of commentating, we will be facing off at the final table. That's a good goal to have.
I mean, that is the best thing about poker. You get to go some really cool places to play.
Absolutely, and certainly with the World Poker Tour, what's been going on with WPT Prime. If you just take a look at the next stops coming up, we've got, San Remo, Pisano Grande, Chinese Texas Hold'em Poker Association. So certainly got to make sure your passport's in shape.
Absolutely.
And here we see another open to 225,000. It's 2 1/4 big blinds. And with 50 big blinds, this is a good stack to put pressure. And it seems like early on, we're getting some initiative here. Jaeho with just over 20 big blinds. Elects to fold. And it's always, you win 2 pots and you're definitely smiling early at the final table.
Takes a little bit of the pressure off.
Yeah, the sigh of relief, even when you first start a tournament, until you either lose a little bit or win a little bit, you just want to get in there and play a hand and get loosened up. But certainly these players are definitely loose, having played, navigating this huge field and all the skill and luck it definitely takes to get there, and certainly aggression, like many of our final tablists have said.
I like the dinosaur on the table there. Phillip's got his dinosaur.
Yeah. And shout out to BJ Nemeth, one of the WPT Live reporters. Perhaps he has a Lego version of that dinosaur that he could provide Phillip as well. If you're not familiar, BJ is way into Legos, and so much that he actually took the Lego tour. And at each WPT main tour stop and each prime stop that he does, he will bring Lego figurines for the staff. So I have a nice little assortment myself here.
Oh, how fun.
Yeah. It's little things that make the WPT special.
Exactly.
And we see an open here from our chip leader to that looks like going to be the table standard 2 1/4 big blinds. And it looks like we're cutting out some chips. Lou decides to pass.
Thought we were going to get some action there, but no such luck.
Yeah. Well, Julian here with 20 big blinds is in an interesting spot because if he chooses to re-raise here, he could put a lot of pressure on Huang's stack. And no, he decides to pass. And the power of the big stack is in play. Not many final tables I see with a bouquet like that, AJ.
You know, I'm seeing all those flowers back there. Those are impressive.
Yeah, it's not something that maybe in a home game, but you know, most of your daily tournament grind is not going to involve that type of a bouquet for sure.
Definitely not my home game. I guess we need to step things up.
Yeah, that would be interesting to try to upgrade my home game, which is basically a kitchen table without a felt. But
Right. We try to up
and
the food game a little bit, you know,
for sure.
over the
And
years.
and it looks like Satoshi has found pocket nines. And interesting. So just over 10
Huh.
big blinds, opts for the min raise. And he's got big stacks behind him here. And our chip leader Huang with pocket threes. Xizhen decides to let it go.
Didn't want to get in the mix there with the little stack.
And here we see the effect that pay jumps in play because with a suited queen jack there, it's a reasonable defend. However, Julian here finds an ace and decides it's not big enough.
Maybe it would have gone with ace nine suited, but not ace nine off.
Yeah. And Satoshi gets conceivably what he wants here, some action on the nines. And we see the flop of 5, 4, 7 with 2 spades. And this is, Satoshi doesn't know it, but this is not what he wants to see.
No.
And who goes right away and puts them all in. And here we go.
All right.
Our first all in and call of the final table. And as you can see, there are plenty of outs here that will send Satoshi to the rail. While the overpair is still a favorite, this is definitely the downside of min raising pre-flop and letting someone with a larger stack see the flop. The jack of clubs in turn. And
Maybe if he had
down.
shoved initially,
Yeah.
who would have gotten out of there? I don't know.
And the river is a 9.
Wow.
And Satoshi knows better than us.
Yep, I guess so.
Because he makes a set on the river and gets a full double plus some.
He didn't need it, but that was a good card to see anyway.
Yes, and in this situation, we have now got a nice collection of stacks around that 20 to 27 big blind range. It should be interesting to see who's the first to get aggressive along those lines because someone is going to have to take a chance and start moving up here soon. However, with this WPT structure, there is plenty of play. And our man Satoshi really did get full value there with the 9, so that's fantastic. Good for him.
Absolutely.
And right back in business, it looks like.
I think so.
In early position in a 9-handed table, that is I think a really nice disciplined fold from Satoshi, especially just after doubling up.
Yes. Because he could feel pretty good there and be like, all right, I've got some chips now. Let's play.
Yeah, he's dreaming of that 177,000 a little bit stronger right now for sure.
Yes.
Now we've got a spot here where Yuhan can put some pressure on, and 200. Now we're back to the min raise.
Ooh, a lot of clubs out there.
But King 8's a fine hand to open there. King 8 suited.
Not a bad hand in the big blind.
Yeah, this is certainly something that I would be comfortable with defending. Even on a 25 big blind stack here, it's actually ideal. And this is a very interesting flop. Relatively dry compared to most flops that you're going to see in this spot, and is a good spot to continue as the first in raiser. However, we can see that Phillip has a pretty big draw developing here.
Yeah, he's not going anywhere.
Yes, he decides to peel. And the turn, 3 of diamonds, doesn't really change anything for either player. And a check from Phillip. You see a slowdown here on the turn.
Yeah. The King 8's not feeling so great anymore, probably.
Let me check the bio. Is this an aggressive player? Is this an aggressive player?
No, he didn't say aggressive. He just didn't fill that part out.
And now with the 10 of diamonds on the river, this is a great spot for Phillip to lead and get the fold. So it's a very well played hand, and Phillip now sort of inching up that stack, getting into the 30 big blind range, which is a little bit more manageable and maybe make him a little bit less of a target at this final table. It doesn't seem like the players are too excited to get in big pots at this point, of course.
Right. Still early.
Absolutely. And they all are definitely in a great position no matter what happens, because they have, navigated this great final table. Our 9th place winner is going to walk away with $17,764, all the way up to that 177,000 first prize. So for the $1,000, $1,100 USD investment, it's a pretty nice payday, just even making this final table. And it's fun to make a final table in the WPT. Come on.
Absolutely. And it's interesting because, everybody at the table has to think about those ICM implications here.
Right.
And somebody on Twitter said this recently, where they said, we got it wrong when we named it ICM, because you say independent chip model, and that doesn't explain anything to somebody who has no idea what you're talking about.
Yes.
Like the brand new players are like, okay, you spelled it out, but I don't know what that means still.
Yeah. And here we see Jaeho, whose nickname is J June, opening with the King Jack offsuit, and Julian is trying to contain his excitement because he's finally found a hand with 21 big blinds, facing a raise from what should be a pretty wide range. And here we see that 3-bet, and it's a relatively small 3-bet, just a 2.5x, but given stacks, it seems appropriate. Again, the caveat, I'm calling the action, not sitting at the table. It's certainly appropriate.
Sevens
And
are a
now-
tough hand.
And now we see the first use of the time extension chips. This is definitely a decision. With 24 big blinds to start the hand and the raise coming from the hijack to start with, it feels like a great squeeze spot.
Right.
However, Julian, he may have information playing with Julian for a while that Julian doesn't 3-bet his light in these spots. Certainly, he can have a developed strategy here because he's only played with him for a couple of days, for my assumption. But he did make a little bit of a fold there that was probably exploitative, looking for a pay jump. And wow, King Queen off is forced to fold here. And the ace-6 is going to go away. And it's that small 4-bet size here off of that 20-ish big blind stack gets the job done.
And a lot of players there had pretty decent hands, so.
Yeah, and Julian is someone who gets it honest. He used to be a pizza delivery driver. So maybe if you know he used to be a pizza delivery driver, does that make you think that he takes less risk or more risk now? Maybe he just was finally like, I am tired of delivering pizzas. Put me in this tournament.
Right. Well, Julian has done quite well for himself. He just in this series here in Vietnam took second place in the mystery bounty.
Wow. Yeah. So he is definitely on a roll. Anytime you make one final table in a WPT festival, that's good. And when you make the final table for something, back to back like that, that's impressive. And it does say that he's been playing pro for 8 years. So he is certainly a player to watch at this final table. And it looks like maybe a little bit of desperation setting in here. Suited King 9 is definitely in the range of hands that can open from his position. But maybe he's just feeling like he needs to start picking up some chips in this spot. I may not raise that on that stack.
Yeah, you've got a good amount of people to act behind you.
Yeah. And I think he's going to hear from the 54 big blind stack. Here we go. And that is an effective all-in. That is going to get the job done. Looks like pocket sevens could be the hand tonight.
I think so.
And as the action's picking up here, we can see some of the stacks have redistributed, but it looks like that our original, 3 larger chip stacks have been thriving here.
I was surprised to see that several of the players said they've only been playing poker for about 2 years.
Yes, it's incredible. It's great to see the enthusiasm for the game, and it's always nice to see someone get rewarded early for their passion for the game.
Yes.
Some of us might have slightly longer roads there, and
Me, I definitely had a longer road.
yeah, and that's the great thing about the game too, because we're always learning and we're always climbing.
Yes.
And the best in the world continue to learn constantly. Yay.
You can never stop learning.
So, Chak opening with the Queen 8 suited. He also goes by Nathan, so I'm going to go with that. Raising to 2.25 big blinds on the button with Queen 8 suited and 56 big blinds. And we see Zui with the ace-5 offsuit here. It's going to put in a nice size 3-bet to 750,000. Just slightly more than 3x here. And being that he's out of position, that's a good size.
Yep. Good push back against the button.
And it looks like we just have some posturing here. I have not seen any of Nathan's play here, but there we go.
It's going to let it go.
And Zui stacks it up. And that corner of the table is definitely getting heavy.
It's usually
There you-
where I say in my head, oh, fine, and fold my cards.
Yeah. Exactly. And there's no harm in pausing a second there just to consider the situation and be a little bit systematic with your routine. You know, you certainly don't want to get quick with folding in certain hands and faster to act with others to broadcast betting tells.
Exactly.
Wow, it looks like we have players enjoying meal back there. This is definitely on the bucket list.
Yes.
Back to Julian with Jack-7 off. And Phillip finds ace-queen suited in a late position spot with 30 big blinds. And he makes a 2 big blind open. Satoshi wants to play this queen 8, but he's going to lay it down. And unfortunately, the 7-2 game is not on today.
Does always feel good when you can get a bluff through a 7-2.
Although,
But-
we've seen it before. There we go, and he shows
No,
it.
he's not doing it.
He wanted to. You could tell he wanted to. He looks like he's placating that desire by itching the back of his neck, and either that or he's subconsciously trying to reach for that amazing WPT Prime Champions Cup that is in the glass case over his shoulder.
Just out of my reach.
Exactly. Thanks again to everyone for joining us tonight. I hope you're enjoying the final table action here, live from the WPT Prime Vietnam at Crown Poker Club. It's a record-breaking field, down to the final 9 competitors. Phillip with pocket sixes, picking up some hands here. Again, standard bet size opening with any hand in his range, which is great. Toshi with another suited queen 8.
Oh, hey, there we go.
Hello. The first
Hello,
appearance
pretty
of
aces.
pocket aces today. And this is an interesting dynamic given the last few hands. So he's definitely going to make a move here. And he's announced the size. 500,000. Now he's on the
Going
button.
too big on the raise.
It's on the button, so this is a very interesting size. It's because he's in position, it still has enough to be effective with most of his range.
Yeah. I don't think he wants anybody going anywhere.
Yeah, and it's going to be tough here, I would think, for Phillip to not continue, and he does elect to continue here. This is a dream spot in both scenarios, depending on the flop, of course. And it is the Jack of Diamonds, 8 of Hearts, 10 of Diamonds. Phillip checks first act. And what size can we bet in order to get a call here?
Yeah, that's tough. Philip can't feel too good about his cards right now, I don't think. But, you know.
Let's see how crafty Zui here is. Looks about 400,000. Yeah, this was about a third of the pot, which is an interesting size here. Unfortunately for Zui, given Philip's stack, that's probably even going to be too much to continue given the coordination on this board, and he does lay it down.
Yep.
And it's not the ideal result when you want to, every time you get aces, you just want someone to call and 3 other people to call and 2 aces go on the board and I'm on my merry way. And
right.
This wasn't this wasn't the worst thing that can happen, but certainly, especially in a big final table spot like this, if he was able to add those 30 big blinds to his stack, he's now chip leader. But he's still up there at 60 big blinds, and
he did pick up some chips there, so it was something.
Yes. Doesn't look like Phillip can join the party this time. Satoshi with the suited big slick.
What's he gonna do there? All right.
I wouldn't expect if he's raising with pocket nines on 10 big blinds to 2 big blinds, it's a pretty safe bet that Satoshi's going to do the same with his ace king here.
Yes.
Now Zui is thinking, I have an ace, which means it's not as likely that he has one. Should I put some pressure on this stack? And he opts to fold.
Hearts all over this table.
Yeah, how about it? That's a nice little pad to the stack. Anytime you can increase your stack 10% or more just by raising and taking down the blinds and antes, it's so crucial at a final table. And
Especially from where he started.
Yeah, being the short stack is never enviable in a situation like this, and I'm certain that the 20 big blind stacks and the 25 big blind stacks that started off were definitely rooting in a friendly way, and I do mean that because there's a lot of camaraderie when it comes to these final tables, but everyone's here for the title and the money, so.
It's never fun to show up with a small stack, play one hand, and go home.
No. But certainly you get featured on the World Poker Tour's various, YouTube and Twitch.
Yep, still a good accomplishment.
Yeah. Let's see if Xian opts to get aggressive with that big stack in the cutoff. Not quite enough. Yuhan here, who goes by the name Hans, with the king 7 off, and he opts to shove 39 big blinds from the button. Now, given the stacks behind, it's a pretty aggressive play. However, as you can see here, gets a better hand to fold.
Good
And
move.
that's something that I would indicate if I was sitting at this table and I did not have any sort of information or a player profile. That would alert me that perhaps Hans has studied ICM strategy at some point in his journey. Because that is not a move made by someone who has not at the very least gone through a poker solver training course and has some understanding of how ranges shift as they get down and the money's at stake.
Yeah, he put that pressure on and it worked out.
Absolutely, because if he does get called there, he's got a 17 or 16 big blind stack and puts himself in jeopardy. But he definitely has aggressive on his bio.
Yes, he does.
There, in honor of the great Doyle Brunson, I wish someone would open that 10-2, but Doyle, give him a chance. Maybe heads up.
It could happen. It could happen.
Shion's got that look like, just please give me an ace. I would like to play. I have all these chips. I did not get these chips by folding. I would like to stop folding. All right, Julian here on 23 big blinds in the small blind first act with ace-4 offsuit. Certainly contemplating the size of the raise. Getting a good look at Jinlong's stack. And there we see the shove for 23 big blinds, and 7-3 off cannot continue.
No.
So there is certainly a change in the dynamic since we saw Satoshi start out with 11 big blinds and double up from that 10 big blind stack. It does seem that some of the players are adjusting and looking to put pressure on opposing stacks and get a big stack or head to the payout line.
Exactly. When you're talking about folding and not getting any good hands, I tell the beginners that are starting to play, you have to be patient. It's so important to be patient, because when you get bored or frustrated and all of a sudden you start playing lesser hands that you shouldn't be playing in positions you shouldn't be playing them, it's when you get yourself in trouble.
Yeah, that's when a hand history becomes a bad beat story. And
Right.
You can tell it, and you can tell. Now, that's really great advice, AJ, and it's something that I think if anyone's starting to study poker strategy in any way, shape, or form, discipline allows you freedom in poker, just like it does in most things.
Set yourself up for success.
Yes, and this is a great way for Zui to set him up with success with the ace-queen offsuit, opening to 2.25 big blinds here. And Julian with king-queen offsuit on the button. Now, it's interesting because with 25 big blinds here, he could do some serious damage. Zui's stack. And he decides to flat on the button. Oh boy.
Oh, he's gonna get himself in trouble maybe here.
And it looks like we are going to have an interesting confrontation here, because with 21.5 big blinds in a pretty, it appears like a very obvious squeeze spot because of the flat on the button. And this could be a table-changing pot. Now, certainly, if Zui calls here, Julian is going to be out the door. He would fold. At least I hope he would.
He should fold, hopefully.
Yeah.
We'll see. We'll see.
This is a
He is
really, really
aggressive.
tough spot for Sui here.
That's a go. Wow.
What a great spot to find ace queen suited
Yes.
on a 21 big blind stack and pick up chips, getting a virtual chop hand to fold.
Yep. No fear there. He went for it.
And certainly when you commit your chips in a situation like that, there's a decent party of you that's anticipating the call,
Yeah.
especially given the stacks. However, it's better to celebrate the small wins consistently in a situation like that than lament the big loss.
I'm happy to always slowly build up a stack.
Yes. Actually, at this point, I'll build up a stack any way that I can. I'm
Yeah,
not particular
true.
about it. It's like they say about a golf score. They don't draw pictures on the scorecard. Be right back in it with ace queen suited this time. He's certainly got his fair portion of ace queens.
We've been seeing a lot of those ace queens tonight. Yeah.
And on 57 big blinds. Opening up to that 225 again. 2 1/4 big blinds. Pretty standard sizing. And getting a row of folds here.
Ooh, what are we gonna see in the big blind though?
I think we're going to see a defend here.
Yeah. I think I'd defend here for sure.
Yeah, I mean, the stacks are definitely pretty even, so it's not a 3-betting spot. And we see that ace of hearts, 7 of hearts, 8 of spades flop.
No good for Nathan.
And let's see what size continuation bet Sui decides. And slight down bet from his pre-flop sizing, but at a final table like this, and even particularly in these spots, 2 competent players that have a stack that is close to the final table stack, or at least, or the first prize stack, or at least the first 4 places that are significant money. I don't anticipate them to have too many clashes. I mean, certainly you saw Sui lay down ace queen in a spot. With the reshove from the small blind there. So he's getting good cards, but he's making good decisions as well, and playing a slightly risk tolerant style, but with those chips and the money being up top, it's like a good strategy so far.
And what did they say? We had 27 minutes left when this started for the blinds, so
Things will start getting a little bit tighter as we go,
yes.
but the blind levels are pretty elegant. You're not going to get too many huge jumps here. Plenty of play even for the shortest stacks. Julian folding an ace in the hijack. An interesting little blind versus blind battle here. Nathan has certainly exhibited some aggressive play, and he's going to open with an offsuit queen here, 350,000, and Satoshi with 2 4s. And it looks like he's just gonna call and see a flop here. Obviously someone comfortable with post-flop play. And an ace-high flop is not gonna make him happy. The question is, will Nathan follow through with the continuation bet? Ace 6-9 is not the worst flop in the world, but anytime you see one of those Broadway cards, or especially an ace from a first-in raiser, you got to think that it's potentially part of the range. The one advantage is the small blind is going to be pretty wide here.
Right. I would feel like in the big blind with an ace would have pushed back there, though, a little bit rather than flatted.
Sure.
Which I guess he thought so too.
I certainly been way more aggressive with those nines as well, so learning something new every day, like we said. And here we see the updated chip stacks. Our chip leader is still Young with 76 big blinds. Zui hanging there as well with 61 big blinds. Nathan has been aggressively working his stack up to 57. And we round that out with Lou at 41, Hu at 28, Phillip at 25, and that collection down there between those 28 and 25 with a couple of short stacks at 10 and 13. So we should see some movement here soon, especially with the pressure of those blinds going up.
Jaeho not playing a lot of hands.
Yeah.
Moving down to the bottom there.
And sometimes that happens. I mean, card distribution, no matter what skill level you have and experience you have, if you're being dealt the absolute bottom of your range, and even when you get a semi-decent hand, there's a raise and a re-raise in front of you, it becomes, should I wait for the next payout?
Right.
Or how low can I go, right?
Right. Just, yeah, hang in there to ladder up is sometimes not a bad way to go.
Long opening from the hijack, 225K. And there's that ace queen again. And this is really interesting because with Nathan and his activity at the table, and I'm sure I would imagine that playing with him up to the play, and he was one of the players that exhibited a little bit more aggression than most. It's interesting to see what sizing he's going to use here. And because he's on the button, it could certainly just look like a move.
650.
And we see a big bet to 650 here. Sweet thinking about something with King Jack suited here in the big blind. Now, good instinct there to lay that down.
Definitely.
Now, this is a tough spot. Oh, and we see a 4-bet shove, and I think he's going to get snapped. Once we get a countdown here, the all-in is for 2.8 million. So we have a pot of 5.85 million. And Nathan is contemplating here. With 29 bigs back, this is a very important decision.
Yeah, good to take your time and think about it. This is a tough spot to think through here.
And certainly he knows his table presence and his reputation and the amount of activity that he's had. And there we go. Ace queen suited versus ace 8 offsuit. 3-3-7 flop is no help. And Long is down to 3 8s in the deck. The 5 of diamonds. So now we've added some chop outs along with the 8s. And the river. The jack of spades. And Jinlong is going to be our 9th place finisher in WPT Prime Vietnam, taking home $17,764. Congratulations, great run. It's a tough spot. I don't really blame him for being aggressive in that spot with an ace blocker. But certainly, these big premium hands, when you get the opportunity to get most of the money in there, it was a pure call off, and the ace queen held up.
Yeah. It's got to be feeling pretty good making it to the final table, though.
Yeah.
Walking away with a nice chunk of change.
Speaking of making it to the final table, if you're listening and you're interested in qualifying for a WPT event, a World Poker Tour Prime event, the WPT World Championships, you should check out clubwpt.com. VIP and Diamond members each week have opportunities to satellite directly in to a WPT event. And AJ, you know what it's like being part of a World Poker Tour event as a player. It's one of the most special things you can do. So I encourage everybody out there, if you want to see yourself on this felt, check out Club WPT. All right, back to the action.
It's a pretty premium experience for sure. Oh, there's our aces again.
And Satoshi with that smooth 2 big blind open, and Sui with the ace-4 suited. So these wheel aces, especially the suited wheel aces, have become extremely popular because of solver analysis, because of their blocking effects, because of their all-in equity when called. And this would also be an indication to me, if Sui is somebody that's studying, he may recognize this spot with the suited wheel ace and pump it up, and he does. And he's going to be in a spot here to where it's going to be pretty hard to fold for the remaining of his stack. So again, Satoshi with that min raise open. Check them out. Are they still there? Yes. And now we'll see the amount of Hollywood that Satoshi has.
Seems like he's got a little bit there.
Yeah, I thought maybe he was just going to peel here and see a flop, and I was going to say that's pretty wicked. Oh, the time chip.
Oh my goodness.
The time extension chip. He certainly has the Hollywood in him.
Oh yes. Let me
And it's
put on a
worthwhile.
show. Yeah.
It's certainly worthwhile in this spot to make your opponent think you have a decision, especially given the amount of chips remaining in the pot left to call. And there we do see the shove and the call. He is not going to like this news.
No.
One of the big values of those suited wheel aces is the blocker properties with the ace. And when you see the other 2 aces come up, it is the absolute worst scenario you can hope for. Well, let's see if he can run them out. 3.8 million chip pot, 38 big blinds. Oh boy.
Oh.
Queen of clubs, 5 of clubs, queen of diamonds. And Sui's got the world with 2 outs to come. Will the aces hold? Oh, the of clubs.
I know.
Satoshi is down to 3 case outs. And the river? No. Wow. And Satoshi Kuriga, valiant effort, did an amazing job working up from the short stack. But once again, the aces fall to the suited wheel ace, and Sui gets a huge boost to his stack.
With that bad beat story. But I had aces.
A bad beat story and $22,608. It stings really bad right now, but I am certain that the Crown Poker Club has plenty of ways to relax and enjoy a well-earned victory.
And you know, the statistics are pocket aces only win 80% of the time.
Yeah.
So they're gonna lose sometimes. And it was still the right move, of course, but what are you gonna do?
And we are at higher blind levels. now 125 big blind ante and 125 big blind with a 75,000 small blind. Julian with an ace-6 suited. Now that 2.3 million is a little bit shorter with the raise of the blinds. And it looks like Julian's going to enter the pot with a raise, and he does. 250,000.
We heard Julian say his name earlier, and he is living in Melbourne, Australia, and he has a fabulous accent.
Oh, yes. Yeah, that would be perfect to have him interviewed by Ashy and then have Danny there as well. It's some of the best accents in the world right there.
Yes.
Okay. And it looks like we're seeing a big blind defend here with King 5 offsuit. Hans is definitely not afraid to get it in there. And let's see if Julian decides to c-bet on this flop. We've got some coordination here, but it shouldn't connect too much. There could be some suited connectors in there with straight draws and things like that, but with Julian having a suited ace, it diminishes some of those. He's going to come for a c-bet of 150,000 chips into the 850,000 chip pot, and it gets it done.
Yeah. Sometimes all you need is that little bit to get somebody to fold.
Yes, the precision betting, and certainly managing a short stack in any aspect, but especially at a final table. At a certain point, the short stack has to take some initiative and bet, and I think especially after a couple of players get knocked out. And the minimum you're looking at taking home is, almost 30,000 USD. There should be some more opening up here for some of the players. And it's as simple sometimes as seeing how your opponents are reacting that day, what they have in the tank. See the pocket threes from Nathan. And a raise to 275. So again, sticking to that 2 big blind with a small increment.
Yeah, Nathan's definitely one of the most aggressive of players at the table so far.
Yeah, and it hasn't been dependent on his cards, which is bodes well for him if he can continue the trend.
Right.
Hans again. The offsuit Broadway is going to elect to fold from the hijack. Excuse me, from the small blind. And Jaeho in the big blind with Jack 9 off and 1.3 million in chips. Is going to peel here and have about 9 big blinds to the flop. So this is a crucial spot. King of spades, deuce of clubs, 5 of hearts flop.
Not such a good flop for him.
No, and this really hits the razor's range hard, and you could probably just sneeze at it.
I think so.
But does he know something we don't know, AJ? That's the question.
He's thinking about it.
I mean, he certainly does because he's sitting there.
Right.
mean, certainly you have to assume that Nathan is c-betting almost 100% of the time in this spot,
Yeah.
but you just can't risk it on a maybe here.
No. He had almost nothing to work with there. You can't call that.
Yeah, that's the difficult part about as you're starting to blind down, you know, even one Broadway card seems attractive, and there is some connectivity with Jack 9 off, but, you know, when you're responding with that stack size, there's only a certain part of your range you should really be flatting with, and it's not a, if there's a chart in front of you, it's not a very large portion of the hand, so.
Right. Well, and against Nathan, sometimes you're thinking, he's full of it.
Right.
Maybe I'm just gonna, go after him as a bluff, but
Yeah.
too important right now to hold on to those chips.
Yeah, I guess if he is that aggressive, you might get called anyway, so.
Right. I remember doing that once where, well, probably more than once, but, like, no, you're bluffing. All in, and then, oh, no, you weren't.
Yes. It's important to get that feedback, though.
It is.
And here we see a shove for 3.65 million, 36.5 big blinds with the ace jack off. And now we have an interesting spot again, the suited ace 5, with less than 10 big blinds in the small blind versus a shove from the dealer. Wow, Jaeho lets it go. And of course, Julian can't continue with the 7-6 suited. And there we see the power of aggression. Of course, I think it's really hard to conceptualize that calling there with ace 5 suited is good. And, the value of another orbit could be someone else makes a mistake. So when the pressure's on and a WPT Prime Champions Cup is on the line, certainly it's up to that individual to make that call. Thanks to everyone for joining us. My name is Adrian Nagy. I am here with AJ Rudolph, and we are live calling the action here at the WPT Prime Vietnam final table from the Crown Poker Club in Hanoi, Vietnam. A fantastic partner of the World Poker Tour. There are several partners that sent players. The Chinese Poker Tour bought over 80 players to the WPT Prime Vietnam. And Hijack Poker bought 16 as well. So certainly want to say thanks to them and everyone for turning out, because certainly without you, the players, the World Poker Tour would not continue to be so successful. They doubled the guarantee.
That's pretty impressive.
Anytime you double the guarantee, and it's the biggest main event prize pool for a non-high roller event, and the second biggest prime main of all time, it's pretty incredible. And here we see another shove, and our pocket sevens are back.
But are they
Hans
going
is
to
really,
get any callers?
Hans is really opening up here. And it's certainly a spot that if you continue this aggression and you're not getting the right, a good card distribution, which Hans is getting a fair card distribution, but it could result in some pretty big pots with the chip leaders, especially in a situation with Yuhan, who hasn't really had his share of hands in this final table. We're all human. Sometimes we just want to play,
Exactly.
And he's gonna have to send me a dollar or something, because I think I just gave him pocket jacks by talking about his bad card.
People like to lament pocket jacks, though.
Yeah, you know.
It's a great hand, but they're like, oh, but pocket jacks. I always lose on
Eh,
pocket jacks.
Yeah, and certainly I think it's frustrating because jacks are definitely high up, and often you get in confrontations with them, and it does seem like you lose all the time. But you win your fair share with it if you track it for sure. You know that, and it's fun.
Absolutely.
It's fun to try to convince people otherwise.
Human
And here we have
psychology. You
a very
remember
interesting spot.
losing worse.
Yeah,
Or losing
absolutely,
more than winning. You know, you
absolutely.
remember the bad more than the good. That's what I'm trying to say.
Well, it's true, especially in poker, because the feedback is very obvious and sudden.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay, so two big stacks tangling the pocket jacks of Xizhen versus the old 9-7 suited of Nathan. Deuce deuce six flop with two spades. And after defending, Nathan checks the big blind. And we see a continue of 500,000 chips that gets the job done. So just like that, Xizhen is back up to 7.8 million. Certainly it's worthy of a defend in the big blind. And I'm certain that Nathan's feeling himself right now as well. So he's going to want to play as many pots while he's feeling confident. But and I wish we could hear what they're saying, but it
I
seems
know.
like
What are they
it's not
giggling about?
Yeah. That's good to have a nice rapport at these final tables. You know, tournament poker is hard to begin with. I think it's always good to have a healthy respect for your opponents and want to take their chips. But at the end of the day, we're going to see each other at the poker table again, and we want to have a great time and be
What's that really
successful
interesting
together.
dynamic? You know, you're all in it together, but at the same time, you're all against each other.
Yeah,
I want to beat you, but, you know,
yeah.
you're fun to hang out with here, too.
She's getting some hands. She done. Folds the suited king jack. Hans, the suited ace nine. Will he go for the traditional open? That's interesting. Wondering if his criteria is suited ace, you know, ace 10 suited or better for the shove in this spot.
Right.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that's my bad because I didn't see it rolled around to Nathan in the big blind. So that's why he changed his, or in the small blind, and that's why he changed his raise size. No, we should see a defend here from Swing with the suited king. I don't know if he's contemplating a raise, but
Little does he know, his hearts are no good.
yeah. And we are going to see a flop. 3, 6, 8. The 6, 8 of diamonds and the 3 of hearts. And Sui is out flopped. And what if we'll see Hans proceed with caution here? And he does.
Oh, check, check. Yeah, as
Pretty
he
savvy
should.
check. And now with the 10 of clubs on the board, he's considering a lead here. I don't think he really wants another overcard to the board to come off. And he does have Hans, you know, sizably covered here. So this is a spot where, knowing that from an ICM perspective, if Hans is a really thinking player, which he is, he's going to peel one off. Very interesting dynamic. He's looking for that gut shot, and the 6 of hearts on the river. Sui still ahead with his 2 pair, 8s and 6s now. And he can't be too happy about the call, but he does have to feel like could be good here. Considering a size, and it looks like around 500,000.
You got it.
Certainly. Hans can continue here. Oh boy. What are you thinking about, buddy?
Right.
Well, he is blocking the straight. It's less likely of a 10 to be there because he's got the 9.
Yeah, that's true.
The hearts are a potential decent part of the defense range of Sui. So you could have been taking a stab with a draw. Oh boy. The fervent shuffling of those time extension chips.
Oh, is he gonna make the call?
Wow. Calling with ace high and gets the bad news. And Sui takes away a nice pot there and increases his chip lead. He's up to 9.1 million in chips. I guess all you have to do is crack pocket aces. I'll flop ace 9 with king 8,
You know, poker's an easy game.
We'll take the run good, right?
Yeah. Yeah. He just didn't believe him. He's like, no, maybe my ace high is good.
Yeah.
Unfortunately not.
And with the fact that, he had one of the main straight cards to complete and the heart draw on the board, I think it's a reasonable assessment. It's just when you're in the moment, it's difficult to think about would I actually get bluffed here?
Right.
And I think that's a key consideration. Now, certainly, Hans is highly skilled, and sometimes you make bad calls in tournaments. Imagine that, AJ.
Yeah. We've all been there.
Yeah. That's the funny thing about poker. It's a whole lot of failure.
It is so true.
But it's the failure
It
that
teaches
teaches
resilience.
Yeah.
You lose a lot.
Fall in love with the process.
That's right. Lose a lot of hands, but when you win them, it feels pretty great.
And we have a potential situation here. So we in the small blind, just getting a nice run of cards with the ace of clubs, 10 of hearts, and king jack offsuit in a blind versus blind situation. This is definitely a spot where I see a continue, and this could be a continue with aggression. Now, the one thing that could save this situation is the stacks are so huge. It's the 2 largest stacks in the tournament. And the difference between 7th place and first prize is very substantial. We're talking $140,000 here. But we do see the 3-bet and a considerable one to 1.125 million chips. Wow.
He is really going for it.
So he has a real decision here. Certainly continuing is viable. The size might alert me to something here. But it gets the job done. The power of position.
Yes.
And certainly without seeing each other's cards, whenever you're in a blind versus blind situation like that in a tournament and you've got a Broadway combo, it's almost a default re-raise anyway. So given the situation and the position, that's pretty impressive. You can see why he's got that mountain of chips. Speaking of mountains of chips, the high roller event is going on right now, and we are playing down to that final table, and we are going to bring you coverage from that final table as well at the conclusion of the main event here. So fans of the WPT, get settled in. We are going to have wall-to-wall coverage for you for the next 8-10 hours, so get excited.
And you're sticking around for that too, aren't you, Adrian?
Yeah, of course, dedicated to the craft.
Yes, you are.
It's fun, enjoy poker, and it's a privilege to be in the WPT family and have this opportunity, so I wouldn't miss it for the world.
Like you said, who needs sleep? It's poker.
Yeah, definitely. That would be a great study to see what happens to someone when they start playing poker, what their sleep schedule is, and how it changes. Because it definitely has an effect, especially if you're not working on your mental game,
That is true.
We're lucky
Mental
enough.
game is very important.
Yeah, and we're lucky enough with Learn WPT to have Jared Tendler on our staff to help with that. And as you can see, the chip stacks, we do have 2 sub 20 big blind stacks with Phillip and Julian with 18 and 19 big blinds respectively. And then we sort of have a log jam at the top. So, Yuhan is in a spot here to where could potentially keep putting pressure on the smaller stacks while doing damage to the 50 and 60 big blind stacks. So it'll be interesting to see if he capitalizes on the opportunity. Yeah. Curious, we didn't see an open with Jack 10 off there. I thought that was guaranteed.
Apparently
look at
not.
that. He just knows things we don't know. And on an 8.1 million chip stack, folds the button with Jack 10 off. And you see the insta all in with King 7. And he's going to get called, and he's going to see the bad news. Jaeho finally has a spot where he can commit that short stack, the 950,000 in chips. So on 7.5, 8 big blinds. But with the big blind ante and the fact to get a full double, he wins this pot. He's up to 16, 17 big blinds and right back in it.
He's probably feeling pretty good about seeing that King 7 flip over.
Absolutely. King of clubs, 7 of diamonds, King of spades, Jack of clubs. And we see a flop of 9 of spades, 2 of spades, Queen of hearts.
No help for
Jaeho's still
Hans.
ahead. No chop outs currently. The turn is the Jack of spades. And that is going to lock it up. We'll see the river card. And the 7 on the river, just for that added little, it's not necessarily an insult, but it's one of those funny little things that happens at the poker table that you just say, did you have to do that?
Right.
Well,
Oh, sure. Give me a pair that doesn't matter.
Yeah, Jaeho doesn't mind. It could have been a deuce. It could have been it could have been anything at that point because he gets that full double up, and the patience it takes to work the short stack and fold in spots where the book says you should call. That's him back up over to 2 million chips and a nice 16 big blind stack. So great job, Jaeho. And now the fun begins.
Oh, yes.
I mean, we've been having fun this whole time, AJ. I mean, the fun at the table,
Yeah. We're always over here having fun.
For sure.
Philip's dinosaur, I'm telling you, I feel like I need something to bring with me to the table now. Maybe I need to have that Lego piece made for me.
BJ. We'll talk to BJ. We can make something happen. Yeah, absolutely. And of course, Phillip, he said that luck was his primary skill, so maybe it is the lucky dinosaur.
Maybe.
And
Well, it's always
Nathan,
interesting to
up.
hear if somebody has a lucky piece of clothing or something.
Yeah.
they do before the game that brings them luck. Some players do, some players don't.
Yeah, I mean, rituals are fine and making yourself feel comfortable. I mean, one person's meditation could be another person's like lucky coin. You know,
Yeah,
I'm
absolutely.
fine with it as long as you don't think that wearing those clothes entitles you to victory. And we see,
3-day tournament and you're wearing the same clothes every day.
yeah, and we see Helen's in an interesting spot here with ace-3 on the button, and he's gonna fold. And Julian is gonna look down at the bad news again and stay patient. And the rich continue to get richer here as aggression is rewarded. 73 big blind stack at the final table of WPT Prime Vietnam. Does it get any better? I mean, maybe some of that food they have in the back would be cool too. But...
Right. It's always interesting thinking about trying to eat when it comes to poker.
Yeah.
Because you're playing for such long periods of the day, and you usually get a dinner break, but you're usually starting around lunchtime. Do you go for the big breakfast? I always go for the big breakfast. All right, let's just power up with the big breakfast. It'll hold me through.
I got the smoothie system down. You know, I was a wrestler, so I never really ate much. So now I have a smoothie every morning, and I will have a granola bar, vegan granola bars and things like that for the protein throughout the day. Because unfortunately, I'm a farm boy, so my version of a big breakfast is like, I'm going to sleep now. I can't do it,
Yeah.
And Jaeho.
Everybody's got their thing that works for them.
Absolutely. Nutrition is definitely important, though. You
really
can't make
is.
good decisions if you're hangry.
No.
Although when you're hangry, you default to aggression, it's probably a good thing. Jaeho looks like he's taking the entire 2 million stack and pushing in with ace-queen suited. And Phillip in the big blind with 2 million and ace-8 off. And this is a button shove with roughly identical stacks. This is a really close decision with the ace-8 here. And this is not a Hollywood time chip. This is a legit time chip. It was interesting, though, throwing them all in at the same time there.
I was just going to say that, yeah. I mean,
I'm wondering...
he could take his time and, use one, use another one.
Yeah, I mean, there is a potential, and I'm not saying that he did this, but he could have been throwing them in like that to potentially get a tell on his opponent.
Mm.
Or maybe it's a lucky move, And
Well,
he's
I
also...
saw one of the players earlier put 2 of them in and got one back.
Right.
Did you see that? Yeah.
Yeah, and certainly as the rules go, with the action clock powered by Protection Poker with the time chips, if you have time chips available, the default from the dealer is when you get to the end of the 30 seconds, you immediately go into the next 30 seconds and you forfeit the time chip. Right. And that's something that's put in place to protect the player because you're already thinking about tough decisions and you don't want to have to think 3, 2, 1, oh, I have to move my arm 3 inches forward. So it's understood that you have the chip. So perhaps that was just an indication that I'm going to take some time.
Yep.
It would be interesting to follow up with him afterwards. And, he was a tennis player previously, so perhaps he was just practicing his backhand.
I played tennis in high school.
Okay.
Tennis was a fun game.
Yeah, I'm sure it would be if you were able to have the dexterity and physical ability to coordinate running and hitting a ball at the same time. As I mentioned, I was a wrestler. We're not necessarily known for those things.
Right.
Are you going to get in the action here this summer? I know there's going to be a lot of tennis games around. Tennis is a big thing in the poker world. You going to call out anybody, AJ, or what?
So I played in high school. I haven't said I've played since.
All right, so that is the official broadcast to anyone that AJ does not want any action on the tennis court.
No, I do not.
And here's Jaeho opening min raise in the cutoff with King 7 suited. And this is a good spot, at least with Phillip in the small blind on a short stack. However, Phillip here with the 4s. And, you know, 4 is definitely a lucky number in some cultures here, and he's going for it. Let's see how lucky Phillip here is with the pocket 4s. And it looks like he's very lucky because Jaeho insta-folded there. So that's a nice little pot. Bring him up slightly out of the danger zone. Back to a 20 big blind stack. Phillip's been handling himself here very well. Maybe perhaps we'll have to have him, you know, make a video for us on Learn WPT about the lucky dinosaur and how it's helped him achieve this status.
Yes.
You know, that's something that one of our instructors in, you know, poker legend, Andrew Lucky Jerry Lichtenberger, talks about, the idea of intuition. You know, intuition isn't something that is, you know, mystical. It's something that's learned through repetition, right?
Yep.
So there are some times where you can feel in a spot and your instincts will tell you to raise or fold in a spot that's non-standard. And it's not because you've picked it out of the sky or you've envisioned it. It's because you've experienced it before, you just don't realize it.
Instinct can be a great thing.
And I'm certain Julian's instinct is here. How do I want to get all the chips in the middle with ace queen off? I thought he was going to fold for a second.
I did too.
Someone please check on Julian. And here we go. We see the shove. And it is a difficult size there to kind of open with, especially with the aggressive small blind.
And Phillip with the ladies, which we have not seen yet.
Yeah.
2,075,000.
And Julian's definitely going to get some action here. Phillip just taking the appropriate time.
2,075,000.
He certainly can't be considering a fold here.
Right.
Julian's going from please call, don't call, please call, don't call.
All in.
And here you go. The all-in 2.5 million from the button.
Snap fold.
Nathan gets away.
Snap fold.
And so he gets out of the way, and we have an all-in confrontation. Julian is at risk with ace of spades, queen of hearts, and Phillip, as you said, has the ladies, the queen of clubs and the queen of spades. So while he doesn't have his two setouts, he is definitely ahead and doesn't have that pesky over if it were ace king. We'll see a flop. 7 of diamonds, 6 of hearts, 6 of spades. No backdoor flush outs. Julian's looking for an ace. The 5 of spades on the turn. Julian Warhurst. It's not going to happen. The 4 of diamonds. And Julian Warhurst is eliminated in 7th place. But he gets a nice consolation prize for his efforts. $29,010. And Phillip Nguyen. Volumes up his stack, back-to-back hands.
Yeah, and
He's
as we
certainly
said,
feeling
it's a
lucky.
little bit bigger for Julian, a little bit bigger than the prize he took home for second place in the mystery bounty, but he is doing quite well for this series, so he can't
How
be
about
bummed
that?
about that.
Yes, Julian Warhurst, congratulations. Anytime that you have multiple final tables in a WPT festival, that's an incredible effort. And certainly the 8-year pro from Melbourne is no longer delivering pizzas. He's probably delivering some bad beats, but he's certainly taking home a nice prize for a great performance. Great job, Julian.
Congratulations.
Absolutely.
Really need to pay. 26
And here
And
we
there were
see,
6.
yes, and you know, we still have 2 sub 20 big blind stacks that are surviving, but our chip leaders are really, really tight. Separated by a few big blinds, so it should be an interesting play down here. Now things will definitely open up as we're 6-handed. We no longer have any traditional early position seats at the table, so everybody should be playing a middle position raise at the minimum. Hans here with the Jack 10 off. And that is good enough for an open on a slightly sub 20 big blind stack. So far, so good. And Xizhen with the queen 4 off. It's not going to play. And Hans continues to be, if we had the stats on VPIP, I think he would certainly be the leader in the clubhouse. He's taken aggressive action, various different bet sizing, certainly playing for the win. It's definitely commendable.
You know, when you're talking about position there at the table and how you have to, you know, readjust, you're losing players, so position changes. With beginners, I feel like the first thing they want to learn how to do is to bluff. Everybody wants to bluff. They want to learn how to get a bluff through, and it's like, okay, back up first.
Yeah.
Let's learn about position.
Exactly. And that's those fundamental changes, you know. I know you see it with Poker Power, and we see it with Learn WPT. It's like when you start out with a student that will embrace it, and then you get like the first meeting with them in like 2 or 3 weeks. It's like, you gave me the key to the universe because you gave me a system to see it, and it's actually cool to see. So
It really is. Seeing light bulbs go on with our Poker Power students is just fantastic.
yeah, that's awesome. Nathan certainly has light bulbs going off because he found the ace queen suited here and raised to slightly more than a min raise. And sweet, now we're 6-handed, and see if this raise came from the cutoff. And he's decided to flat on the button, which is a good play given stacks. You could certainly find a 3-bet here with King Jack, but this is where ICM is absolutely a factor, because if either of these players were to bust in this hand with 2 sub 20 big blind stacks, it would just be catastrophic. But, you know, in this ace queen 4 flop, the ace of clubs, queen of spades, 4 of diamonds, we are likely to see some action depending on the bet size here.
Right. Nathan is just very happy over there, but wants to get a call.
Yes, and it looks like he put out the same bet. So sizing down the bet on the flop, and he is going to get a customer. So we have a big pot brewing here at the final table of WPT Prime Vietnam. 2 of our chip leaders, Nathan and Sui, and The king of spades on the turn is a dream card for Nathan in many ways. I mean, certainly there are possibilities of a set being out there, you know, but any of the combos of ace king, ace queen are much less likely. But he is choosing to check here because if you're going for all three streets here and you're getting called, you're definitely going to be up against a strong hand. So
That's right. Yeah, check's a good thing to do here.
and he does get the check back. Oh, wow.
Oh.
And Swede continues his run of coming from behind. And I think the way this hand ran out, it's going to be pretty tough for Nathan to get stacked here. Certainly he's a very capable player. And he does elect to go with a check.
He understands what he may be up against here.
Just how much is Swede going to go for here? It's like about 350, 275. Yeah, 350. And he does call and shows the bad news. And everything seems to be rolling Swede's Ray here at the final table, approaching the 10 million chip mark. And an unfortunate run for the ace-queen suited, but a very well-played hand. That pot control check on the turn is really, really, he's going to be patting himself on the back for that one for sure. There it is, the WPT Prime Champions Cup, an amazing perpetual design trophy. Every WPT Prime champion will get a Prime Cup. And I'm certainly looking to add one to my mantle. I believe the $65 daily tournament win in Delaware from 9 years ago can get some company.
I think we would all like to add that to the mantle.
Absolutely. I think that's one of the things that sets the WPT apart as well. You know, that is a championship professional sports trophy, just like the Mike Sexton's Champions Cup, and a unique thing that that's what you want to have in your house. And the Jack 10 suited, shoving all in for 20 big blinds from the small blind, and Jaeho is going to have to lay it down. You know, Jaeho, after doubling up, has been through a couple of rounds here, and because we're short-handed, things are going a little bit faster, so.
Gonna have to make some moves at some point.
Absolutely.
I like all the flags back there.
Yeah, that's pretty amazing. You know, that's the part about WPT Prime. You can go all across the world and back and end up in Las Vegas for the season-ending Prime Championship. And, you know, the festivals also award Player of the Years. And the Player of the Year is actually still up for grabs. And the player of the festival here will take home a $5,000 WPT passport, which is amazing. Can be used to buy in any Prime or main tour event.
Those passports are really cool. Very sought after.
Yeah. And we've got ace 10 suited in the cutoff. Xizhen. And raised to 275. And just an insta fold with pocket fives. Interesting.
Yeah.
I guess from an ICM perspective, from players left to act, if he was the last player to act, it would have been a confrontation, but seems to have some prudent navigation there.
Yep, sometimes you got to lay there on those little pocket pairs.
Yeah. And certainly speaking of experiences with the WPT, with everything that's been going on with the innovations with the World Championships and the Prime Festivals, you know, the WPT Voyage was just announced, and that is going to be a full ship takeover for Virgin Voyages cruise, over $1.5 million in guaranteed events, a $5,000 main tour, a $25,000 high roller, a Prime main event, plus stops at amazing ports. And if you were at the World Championships and you know anything about how the WPT does it, the surprises will be ridiculous. So I know I'm definitely working on my carb intake right now in preparation, because it's not till the end of March in 2024, and I'm not missing that one for the world. So, and now we have another unique spot here with pocket nines in the cutoff, certainly with slightly more than 20 big blinds. Nathan's in a spot that he could get away with shoving or opening, and he is electing to go with a standard open, it looks like. And Jaeho just dreading that 9-4 suited. Great fold. Phillip with the 6-3 off, can't dance.
Nobody's got anything to work with here.
Fold.
Yes. And it's important to continue taking down these small pots. And when you notice in a dynamic in a situation like this with a sub 20 big blind stack or around a 20 big blind stack that you can min raise and take down a pot without getting played back by an aggressive chip leader, it's got to be great news for someone like Nathan, who seems to be a pretty capable player. You know, looking at his bio, he's not risk tolerant because he was an investment banker and he's turned a pro poker player. So he is certainly not averse to risk. And that might explain some of his larger sizing and certainly his understanding of ICM, because I think only investment bankers can fully understand ICM.
Yes. Maybe traders too.
Yeah, definitely. Jaeho folds ace-3 off with just over 10 big blinds. Phillip looked like he was ready to put chips in and thought better of it. It can be tempting in situations like this, especially in a dynamic where the table is tightened up. You feel like you need to raise in certain situations. In some cases, it may be good to do that, but it's really good to stick to ranges and a plan in these spots, no matter how tempting it is.
Yes. Don't want to get caught up in too many hands with too many not great cards.
Yes, and dreams of the seat to the WPT World Championships and the $177,000 and everything goes out the door because, you know, you felt like you had to raise. So.
Yeah, 37,000 is quite a ways away from 177.
Yes, and it looks like we have a blind versus blind completed pot and checked. And Sui once again hit the flop. Imagine that. With his suited King 7 on the King of Diamonds, Jack of Hearts, Deuce of Spades board. And he's going to lead out for the minimum here. And Nathan has some board interaction and some blocking properties, so he's going to peel off. And the King of Clubs on the turn actually could earn some more money from Sui here, because you would have expected him to at least raise the limper with King High.
Right.
So while there are some kings in his range, I'm not expecting him to show up with a king here. And he continues to bet the flop. And I can't imagine Nathan continuing here, although he's shown himself to be pretty creative. Definitely thinking, is there a way? What card can come off that I win this pot? And he does continue.
Oh, I'm surprised.
Takes heart, AJ. Oh boy.
Check.
Ooh, that might have gotten him into some trouble.
So we get all 3 streets here. Certainly an appropriate sized bet will get strong consideration from Nathan in this spot. This is a pivotal hand.
That's 650.
And again, another
Call.
snap call from
Wow. Yeah.
Nathan there in the river, and gets shown the bad news.
650.
And it looks like they're looking to see his cards because no, they're just looking for the chips.
He gets to muck.
And everything seems to be going right for Thuc Nguyen. Starting out in the 1 seat. And he's been playing poker for 5 years, 30-year-old. Certainly said his playing style is aggressive. Largest cash of $59,618 USD, which is pretty substantial. And certainly in 5 years, that's impressive.
It is.
You can play a long time without getting that kind of a score.
Most of the players at the table today were all around the 30-year-old mark.
That's very interesting.
Yes.
Yeah. Certainly a stamina game, but we have our fair share of players, both younger and older than that make final tables in the World Poker Tour. It's interesting that that 30 to 35 range or 30 range was tight here.
Mm-hmm.
Phillip in a great spot again, just playing very systematically, betting great with his entire range, shows up with pocket jacks, and we will see how Nathan's emotional control is here. Because ace-10 off is definitely a huge hand in this spot. You know, facing
That's second.
from the cutoff. And it looks like
We raised
600,000? 700,000. So not quite a full 3x3 bet. But enough to put pretty much committing pressure there on Phillip. And this is a very interesting spot. And again, Swede just really making critical decisions in multi-way pots with hands that some players may rip in here. He's really seems to be on point right now.
Very disciplined at really reading it correctly.
Xizhen with an ace in this spot makes the discipline fold and has shown a lot of patience. And now certainly Phillip is pretty happy in this spot. And he is going to flat off of 43 big blinds, an additional 550,000. And the flop is king of spades, 8 of hearts, 3 of clubs. And Phillip cannot be feeling great about it. He likes to check pretty quickly here. And pretty sure Nathan is thinking about a fairly sizable bet here.
575.
Maybe a slight down bet from his, no, 575, yeah.
A little bit tough for Phillip here, but I feel like he might call this.
Certainly, I mean, wow.
Oh, you let it go.
Yeah, that could be a case of, you know, his intuition telling him that certainly Nathan is somebody that's been playing aggressively and doesn't always have it, but is this a spot where he really wants to miss it? And does he want, is this the one time that he wants to be wrong about having one over?
Right.
But things are getting festive here at the Crown Poker Club. As you can see, we now have the amazing floral bouquet tightened as the race is tightening for the next WPT Prime champion.
And of course, it's easy for us over here to be like, I can't believe you let that go. But, you know, you didn't see the other players' cards.
Yeah, and that's a real important thing about if you're trying to do any kind of improvement with your poker game, you have to be as realistic as possible about the conditions. You can't lie to yourself about the details of hands, because if you're not telling the whole story and you're actually trying to have someone you trust give you advice, you're not going to get the same feedback, you know?
Right.
We have an interesting spot here. King high in the small blind, and we get our first walk of the final table? I think we did.
Yeah, that was the first one. Small blind has been opening against the big blind almost every time when it comes down to it there.
And certainly the players are getting excited about the possibility of taking down their first WPT title, but stacks are pretty tight here, and there is a long way to go.
I mean, these
think the
final
players we have
tables can
remaining are
take
pretty skilled,
quite a
and No
while.
one seems to exhibit the tendency to get crazy out of line, but Phillip under the gun with Queen 9 suited. It's going to fold. Let's see if Sui imagine that. Sui gets Ace King suited in the cutoff. 10.6 million in chips. It's a dream spot. It's interesting. He's eyeing up other stacks at this point.
Which is really important to do. You know, you always need to know where you're at against all the other players.
300,000. So this is the second time now that he's altered his raise size, which in his instance, he just keeps getting great hands, but that's something you should keep track of if you're out there listening. And oh boy, let me stop here. Looks like Jaeho's going to get it all in finally. In the big blind, and he's going to get snap called. Sweet. So here we go. The 9 of diamonds, 9 of spades for Jaeho, and our chip leader, Sweet Thuc Nguyen, with the Ace King of clubs. Will Jaeho continue the short stack journey? No. Right now he's behind with the King of Hearts, 2 of Hearts, and 2 of clubs. Down to 2 9s. The turn. The 3 of spades. Still no help. Can we continue the run? And the river. The 6 of diamonds. Incredible run by Jaeho Lee. Really did a great job with that short stack. Surviving and laddering up. And he will finish in 6th place at the WPT Prime Vietnam and take home 37,700 USD for his efforts.
Well done. Chip leader. Sweet Thuc.
The action started out a little cautious up front here because we had some unique stack distribution, but as you can see, No Limit Texas Hold'em has a way of creating action. That's why it's the best poker game in the world.
I totally agree.
It's a long night. Long day.
Let's fight for second.
Huh? Hey. I'm going for first. We will fight all the way.
Phillip's not going to continue with the queen 5. Oh, he is in the big blind. Yuhan hits the flop. King of diamonds, 3 of diamonds, 7 of hearts. Will he elect to slow down here? No, he's going to try to get value with his king. Just going to have to fold the queen. And Hank has been battling hard here. Hanks has been battling hard here. Has been very, very dynamic. Been fun to watch. It's always great to be in a spot here that that we have some dynamic action.
You're definitely right about that end of the table being pretty heavy.
Yeah. Well, folks, we are just getting close to finishing out another level here, so we're going to be going to break soon. But we still have exciting final table action for the WPT Prime main event in Vietnam. And don't forget to stay tuned to your favorite WPT YouTube channel, Twitch channel, for the High Roller Final Table, which will be coming up at the conclusion of this event. Hans is probably waiting for the clock to go down here just to go on break before he makes his move. And we see Phillip with King 10 off in the small blind. Certainly a hand we're going to open with here. Oh, it looks like he just completes. And a nice Jack 9 suited in big blind. And we are going to see a flop.
I feel like players are always itching to fold at the break. They're like, I don't even
Yeah,
want to be in
for
this
sure.
game. Get me out of here.
For sure, the old stare at the clock until it's my last time and go, sorry guys, I just want to get to break.
Right.
Interesting situation here. Neither player showed aggression on the flop, but on this 8-high flop, Phillip did just that. We will be back with more action from the WPT Prime Vietnam, the Crown Poker Club in Hanoi for the conclusion of the WPT Prime main event. Stay with us.
Back to Raymond Dolan's hand. This time he's going to squeeze a 10-7. Elects to fold. And now the Hungarian beach boy, Andres, with a king 10.
Another guy that's a very aggressive player. And he's going to fire it up here. Makes it 180,000 to go. The work wings his cards back into the muck.
And now Mr. Wing with a jack 9.
Does he know that you're allowed to fold? You know?
He's impressive.
He has just come to play.
No, he doesn't know that concept. He's called it. Let's see if he gets lucky. Flop is 9-7-4, all hearts. Tree wing with the 9s. Tree checked it. And now Andres with nothing hitting there. He's going to make the continuation bet, 285.
Well, Vince Tree's got the kind of hand that most people are just going to check raise right here with this hand. You've got top pair and a flush draw.
But no, he's just going to call it.
And now the deuce of hearts comes off. So he has
Another
the
heart.
best hand with the flush. Has his opponent drawing dead, but I'm sure he doesn't know that. See what he's going to do here with the jack high flush. He's going to check.
Now the Hungarian gets none of that, but he's riffling chips. Does he dare?
Well, the ever aggressive Hungarian looks like he's going to fire again, Vince.
Oh.
Well, he's fired shell number 2 here. Bluffing this pot, 480,000 this time.
Just hoping against hope that Wing has no heart. and will disappear into the night.
Now you might be saying, well, there's only 3 cards could beat him, the ace, king, or queen of hearts, but if you're sitting there with a jack high flush, you're saying, what else could this guy be betting but a big heart?
480.
480.
He's either bluffing or he's got me dead.
He's making this call.
Well, what a great call by Tree here. Just reading Andrich as a bluffer, and now the queen of diamonds comes off. So nothing has changed. Tree has the best hand with the jack high flush, but let's see what's going to happen on this street.
And Tree is going to check again. And say it ain't so.
Unbelievable.
He's going to load up again.
The European is going for another load of chips, it looks like. He is going to fire a 3rd shell at this pot on a bluff. Forget the shell, it's artillery here, over $1 million bet.
This incredible heart by Andres, the Hungarian. But this is not an easy call by Tree. What will he do?
Very tough call to make, Vince. More than half the chips he's got left.
Call.
And he is going to make the call.
Gonna do it.
Well, Andres had just folded his hand as soon as he said call. Talk about Hart making the bet. What about Hart making the call with the jack high flush?
I don't have to show, right?
Tree says, do I have to show mine?
The guy mucked his cards. The answer is no.
But that is the call of the night. So well done by Tree Wing.
Play online poker for real cash and prizes at WPT Global. Sign up for free today and get a free entry into a $100,000 guaranteed tournament.
Not so sure he's upset about it anymore.
All right, back to the felt we go. Andrew Roble, a quick fold, and now Antonio Esfandiari with just 8-4. He's going to raise. Makes it 325,000 to go.
Well, Vanessa looking him up with a king-7 here, just not buying it that he's got a hand.
We're going to see the first 3. Here they are. And it's a queen, jack, 10. Big open-ended for Vanessa. Antonio.
Quickly reaching for chips. Now betting 470,000. And without hesitation, Vanessa calls him with the open-end straight draw.
Yeah, she doesn't believe him. And here comes the turn.
Well, now a king comes off. So Vanessa now has 2 kings, but you're fearful your opponent's got a straight here, Vince. King, queen, jack, 10 on the board.
And look at this. Antonio is going to bet nevertheless with absolute poppycock.
Well, Vince, the only way you could possibly call him here was to think he had absolutely nothing, just like he does have. And Vanessa has made this call.
Oh, that's a brilliant read by Vanessa.
Unbelievable what a call this is. Now a 7 comes off. She's now made 2 pair.
Doesn't help Antonio. Can he possibly fire 3 times?
I'm all in.
Whoa! Not just fire, he's gone all in.
Unbelievable bet. Now, Vince, I'm sure because she didn't raise on the turn, he's not putting her on an ace. She might have a 9, but she is staring him down. Vince, she just senses he's at it, as we say, that he's just making a move here, which indeed he is. But folks, to pull the trigger for all your money with no hand in this spot, that takes a lot of heart. Antonio's got that.
Well, you're right, Vanessa was on him.
You did say that you were going to bluff me on television. Remember that yesterday? You said I'm going to bluff you on television.
Well, that is good info because that's exactly what's going on here. He's trying to make the biggest deal of the year on the WPT.
Well, Vince, because he said that yesterday, she suspects this is the time that he's doing it. That's why she called him on the turn with kings.
That river really helped me.
And why she might call him here with kings and 7s. But Vince, this would be the greatest call we've seen in years on the World Poker Tour.
Now I beat a lot of other hands.
The magician is blowing up smoke and mirrors right now. And Vanessa would make the call of the year if she can figure this out, if she can read her man correctly. But there's so much pressure on her. Will she do it?
I don't think you bluffed me twice.
She's got to make the lay down. The magician saws the woman in half.
Well, Vince, in my view, you got to give both these players kudos for the way they played this hand.
Show it, show it, show it.
Antonio bluffing the pot all the way down. Vanessa suspecting it.
You can't show bluff.
All right, this has been folded around to Sean, the chip leader. He's got about 3.6 million in chips with just a 7-3, Mike.
Yeah, really not much of a hand, but He's going to raise it, it looks like, just to try to pick up the blinds and antes here.
Yeah, 65,000 into Darren with just a Jack 8. But he kind of knows what's happening here. He's going to make the call. So a 7-3 up against a Jack 8. And there's an 8 on the flop and a 7.
Well, Sean has flopped bottom pair. Darren has flopped middle pair and a gut shot straight draw, as you can see.
And Sean's going to come out with a continuation bet. It looks like 80,000 with his 7s. And Darren, of course, with the 8s. And a straight draw is going to make the call.
And now a Jack comes off.
Now.
So now Darren has 2 pair.
But Sean first to act is not going to slow down. He's getting more chips out, it looks like. Yep. 160,000 into Darren.
Even though Darren's got 2 pair, he's frozen here because there's a possible straight out there and a possible flush, as you can
Can't
see.
have that many chips, though, Mike. You just fire here and just gamble.
I think you do just what he's doing. You make the call with 2 pair and the straight flush draw.
All right, he's in front, and the river card helps neither player.
King of clubs comes off. An all-in bet by Sean Kunix. What a play this is. And even though Darren has 2 pair, he's fearful his opponent's got a flush, a straight. Just wouldn't think he would make this kind of play with 2 pair or trips with a possible flush and straight out there. But I know one thing. You're sitting in Darren's seat. It's a tough, tough, tough call to make here for all your dough. If he's got the straight or flush, you're reporting to the rail and you're out of here in 6th place.
Well, this could be the turning point for Darren. If he should make this, it would be a spectacular call. He would double up.
Well, you only call this if you think your opponent's bluffing, Vince. That's all.
He's gonna lay it down.
Just too much pressure.
Yeah,
you
it was
can't
pressure.
do it for all your chips. I don't blame Darren for laying that hand down, but you just got to take your hat off to this Ohio State Buckeye. He played that hand with the precision of the Ohio State marching band, I can tell you that.
To WPT champion Tom Marchese, with over $7.5 million in live tournament earnings, has raised it to $55,000 with King 10 suited.
Pretty standard raise pre-flop from Tom.
Lock folds. Actions on Mercier.
Jason Mercier folding Queen Jack suited, I guess 25 big blinds to an early position Marchese raise. He feels like it's a fold in that spot. I might have even considered 3-betting, but can't really blame Jason.
Well, Queen Jack certainly not as good as Jack Jack, and that is what 41-year-old Wichita, Kansas native Brandon Stephen has. He is considered the amateur in this particular field, which isn't entirely accurate. He's got over $1.9 million in live tournament earnings, but certainly doesn't play for a living, Olivier.
Yeah, Brandon's a very talented, very good player, but at the same time, he is up against the top players in the world. So compared to this field, he would definitely be considered an amateur.
Brandon defends his big blind, and we head to the flop heads up. That flop, ace 4-3. Brandon, can't love the ace out there on the flop. Checks it over to Tom.
Doesn't love it, but also can't fold either to just 1 bet.
And that bet, $55,000.
Tom with 2 backdoor draws, and King High decides to go for a continuation bet. Pretty dry board, very reasonable play from Tom.
Stephen makes the call to turn the 9 of spades. Stephen checks.
And so this is where it starts to get interesting. Tom Marchese has picked up a flush draw, a lot of added equity here, and this is where players start to really throw in bluffs. Tom is going to continuation bet here. It'll be interesting to see if he gets called, what he does on the river.
And indeed, Stephen has made the call of $150,000.
So a stubborn call here from Brandon Stephen. He happens to be right. Of course, if Tom did have an ace, he'd be drawing very thin.
River card is a 7 of hearts, an air ball for Marchese, and now Stephen checking a 3rd time, and with $568,000 in the middle, what do you do if you're Tom? Will Tom wave the white flag, or will the 2010 Card Player of the Year get after it? And he is going to get after it, betting $410,000.
And this is the play. This is the type of play that separates the highest level best pros from everyone else. Their willingness and ability to identify these situations where their opponents are a little bit weak and they go for it with 3 strong barrels.
That's in.
And Steven knows it's way too difficult to make the call with 2 jacks. Lays it down.
Really great play there from Tom.
Tom Marchese, the 2010 Card Player Player of the Year.
Play online poker for real cash and prizes at WPT Global. Sign up for free today and get a free entry into a $100,000 guaranteed tournament.
He actually finished third in that event.
He's out.
Next is Andrea Carini. 1 of 4 tie-ins at this final table.
He's also going to fold, and now the Russian, Renat Bogdanov, 30 years old, picks up a 9-7.
He's the only non-professional player at the table, works in finance.
Well, he's going to finance his hand because he's just raised it to 33,000. Gianluca out. And now Alessandro Longobardi, 31 years old, out of Naples, not going to play it.
So round to the big blind, the chip leader, Andrea Dato. He looks down at ace-queen.
Yeah, pretty strong.
Well, most players as chip leaders in this spot would probably just 3-bet right here, but see what he's going to do.
Nope. Just going to walk the dog, just going to call the Russian.
Well, taking the conservative route here on hand number 1. Comes the flop. King 8-4.
Helps neither player. Andrea Dato going to quickly check, and let's see if the Russian makes the continuation bet with 9 high. He's getting chips out.
Well, he is doing it, man.
Yeah.
This is first ever WPT event. Only been playing poker 3 years, but he has come to play.
45,000 with nothing. But Dato's got to be stubborn. He's going to stick around with his ace high.
Thinks the ace high might be good, and it is. Board pairs 8s.
Dato not hitting there. He's checking again.
Now the Russian checks right behind him this time.
Can't blame him. He's slowing down. River card coming up. It's a queen. Good for Dato.
Dato's got to believe he's got the best hand right now after his opponent checked on the turn.
And he's coming out to bet 45,000 like he should.
Here we go, sir.
Hello and welcome back to exclusive coverage of the WPT Prime Vietnam final table live from Crown Poker Club in Hanoi, Vietnam. As you can see, we've had a great final table so far. We started out with 9 players and we are down to the final 6. Our chip leader with 82 big blinds. And he has, without a doubt, been one of the most aggressive players at the table and had some great runs as we took Nguyen. And as you can see, the remaining prizes left, 49,000 for 5th place, 65 for 4th, all the way up to 177,000 for our eventual champion, which includes that $10,000 seat to the season-ending WPT World Championships in Las Vegas. I'm Adrian Nagy here with AJ Rudolph.
Hello, hello.
And we are having a really great time watching some exceptional poker.
It's really fun to watch at this level because, you know, these are excellent players and you can tell a lot of them have studied the game and you can really learn a lot by watching the way they play.
Absolutely. And you see Hans here with the pocket jacks. With the min raise, the blinds have gone up, 75,000 in the small blind, now 150 in the big blind and 150 in the big blind ante. And you see Zui contemplating a defend, sitting on a massive 12.1 million chip stack, over 80 big blinds. And he is going to elect to call and see a flop with a nice suited connector here. When we go to the flop, the ace of clubs, 5 of hearts, 8 of clubs. Now, Hans is certainly no stranger to expert post-flop play here, but this is a tough spot for anybody, especially with the chip leader having such a huge advantage. I mean, and he does take the check line. Deuce of spades on the turn. And will Zui get interested here. I think a lead here might get the job done. And again, with a small lead, 225,000. Million chip pot here. Full hands make the call. He does peel one off. Wow. Again, showing some skill here. Feel for his opponent. And the 9 of hearts on the river.
Makes things a little interesting.
It does. There are some draws. You know, the straight draw did complete. You could get called by a stubborn 9-8 in this spot. That makes 2 pair on the river. Certainly, anytime your opponent calls with an 8 or bets with an ace on the board, you know, you have to be cautious in their range. And we see a huge bet here. Nearly a pot-sized bet, 1.1 million in chips. And this is just a nightmare spot.
So it's interesting the size of his bet, I feel like, here, because
that's a great observation.
He would want a call, and that's pretty big to, you know, that's kind of scaring somebody off who maybe just has one of the smaller pairs.
That is a great point. I mean, I think the only indication there, because he may feel that Hans is a thinking player, that this is a move someone might do if they did have a busted flush draw and they had a chip advantage and they wanted to push someone off of the top pair. And he does make the call and gets the bad news that Sui is just running over this table, making hands, and certainly in that spot, perhaps a continuation bet would have resulted in a fold. But I think it's just an unfortunate run out. And again, an example of where, first of all, it's pocket jack, so we can talk about that later. But an example of where your opponent doing something non-standard, you know, if your default is aggression and your default is to call more, and he was taking down pots previously with smaller size bets on the river. And now he goes and puts pot in there. Why did he change, you know?
Right. You really have to think through that. The behavior and the patterns are so important.
And it's really a key, especially as you start to get into more advanced poker, is to ask yourself what changed. You know, would someone bet with their bluffs? Would someone bet with their value hands? And how can you condense all that in this situation, other than the fact that it's either it's a polarized spot, right? So it's a big bluff, or he's got a great hand.
That's right. And unfortunately, with those jacks, he lost 48% of his stack.
Down to 12 big blinds, and certainly capable. Hans is certainly capable of running them up, but he's got to be steaming a little bit in that spot, I would think. At least he gets to take a hand off here in a blind versus blind, where Sweet taking a passive line here with 6-4 and just completing in the small blind. And looks like we're going to see a flop. Sui and Xizhen see a flop of 5 of hearts, deuce of hearts, 10 of spades. And this is a very interesting flop. It hits both players. And so he's going to take the lead here and bet 1 big blind, a third of the pot. Now Xizhen looks like he's contemplating whether he wants to raise. Certainly he's going to continue, especially in position.
Yeah, I don't think he can fold here.
Yeah. And he does put in the raise to 425,000 with a flush draw, backdoor straight draw, and a lot of interference with the hands that can catch up. And that is a great disciplined fold by Sui in that spot.
Yes, well done.
And that's a great lesson, certainly about taking, you know, there are times when it's okay to call with a gut shot in a situation where you have big implied odds, meaning that you stand to win, you know, 10 or more multiple of what you have, for example, in a given situation, investing a small pot. But in that spot, he's just bleeding chips unless he hits one of the threes in the deck. And he could potentially get caught up into a flush draw. You know, if a flush hits on the turn, he's got a heart. The lucky dinosaur knows all. Let's see what Phillip can conjure here. And a fold with the 5-3 suited. And the sevens make an appearance again.
They're back.
And Nathan is certainly going to play these sevens. And while he's had some volatility in the stack, he's still got a pretty healthy stack here. It's 7.5 million.
He does.
And his standard raise to 2 1/4 big blinds with the sevens. Is Xizhen looking to get spicy with the 5-3 suited? Nope, we get a fold.
Now lay it down.
And Hans has a decision here. King Queen offsuit with 10 big blinds, facing a 2 big blind raise. He doesn't really have that much fold equity against his stack, and here comes the shove, and he is going to get called. So we have a race. Our short stack, Hans, Leo, and Nathan Tsang. Getting ready to see this flop. And the flop is King of Diamonds, 4 of clubs, 6 of diamonds. So Hans hits pay dirt.
Spade of Jack.
Will the turn change that? The turn brings the 8 of hearts. And now, Ethan has plenty of possibilities here to catch up. He's got 6 outs, 1 time on the river.
I love it when it gets a little more exciting. Oh, that's not it though.
But the river is the king of hearts. So just like that, one of our most aggressive performers here at the final table gets some ammo back. And Hans now has some chips. Still short, but 20 big blinds feels like a mountain when you've had 8.
Yes. I feel like you have some wiggle room.
Yes, and certainly someone who appears to at least have studied will have a higher aptitude for short stack shoving. And in that spot, that definitely was a high percentage play. I mean, at a certain point, as we say, you have to play poker, and king, queen off is great. So we see, so we built a huge lead here, 92 big blinds. He's almost got second place doubled. And our second place, who's our chip leader coming in, Yuhan, with 53 big blinds. Followed by Nathan Tsang. And we rounded out with our short stacks. So we're back to the action here. Thanks for joining us for WPT Prime Vietnam. My cohort AJ Rudolph and I are watching some exceptional poker here live and having a good time.
Yes, we sure are.
And I hope everyone who is joining us is doing the same.
So Zui gets to be the big stack bully now.
Yes, and he definitely was someone who had aggressive, and he, like, when he wrote it into the bio sheet, he like imprinted the bio sheet with the pen end, you know? So I'm thinking that his aggression might be a little bit channeled, which is good. Now
Even
Phillip with a
his
decision.
writing's aggressive.
Yeah, hey. Will Phillip and the dinosaur with the ace deuce off peel one here? And certainly with 20 big blinds and things tightening up a little bit at the lower stacks, it does make sense to defend here with an ace. And he flops bottom pair, but as usual, our man Zui, he gets top pair with his Jack 10 off. And Phillip, being the defender, checks by default here. And now Zui's thinking, what crazy bet size can I use now? I'll go back to my standard. 250,000 chips, roughly a third. Phillip is really contemplating a continue here. It's a tough spot.
Yeah, trying to figure out if he's good here.
And he makes the call. 6 of clubs on the turn. Brings in the possibility of some draws that defense range could have. I don't see Zui falling down with top pair here.
No, he's going to continue, I'm sure.
I mean, he doesn't have any clubs in his hand, so he's going to start to want to protect against those draws. I mean, there's a chance that Phillip could have flopped, you know, that straight draw and got there. It is part of the open-ender, so that could cause some caution, but the fact that he has Jack 10 lessens some of those combos too. I think Phillip has had a pretty good head on his shoulders throughout this final table. He's been very calculating, taking his time, sometimes flinging all of his time in like that.
Did you know that was going to happen?
No, I didn't. That was actually maybe I should start guessing flops that way.
Yeah, there you go.
But I guess that must be his strategy. That answers our question, AJ, that wasn't a fluke when he put them all in the first time.
No, that's what he does.
As you can see by the great graphics we have here, he is currently only 12% here as the cards lie. But we do have a river coming, 2 million chip pot, and the 4 of hearts falls on the river. And this is a very interesting spot.
It is.
Because Phillip has he's got a lot of interference. He's got a lot of interaction with this board. Certainly, Zui has to be thinking, what else could be calling here? Unless it was a combo draw of some sort. You know, obviously deuce 6 and deuce 9, and those aren't as likely, but he could be calling suited, and he does go for the check. And he's going to take it down with the top pair. Another 2 million chip pot. And Zui Thuc Nguyen is now approaching the 15 million chip mark. And he is taking control of this WPT Prime Vietnam final table.
He's got to be feeling pretty good right now.
And it's only fitting that he's sitting next to that WPT Prime Champions Cup as well. It's almost like he's sort of, you know, magnetic towards it, like he's been magnetic towards every flop.
Right.
Yeah. I do love those days. They just only seem to happen in, you know, a $50 online tournament or a $100 live event.
Never in the big ones for you?
Yeah, well, I guess you got to play a bunch of the big ones first for that to happen.
I mean, I guess that's true.
Yeah.
Got to play to win.
Yeah.
I was looking at the buy-in, and so this is in Vietnam, so their currency is the Vietnamese dong.
Yes.
And 1 United States dollar equals 23,469 Vietnamese dong. So
yeah,
big
so
numbers.
Let's see. I was an English major and a philosophy minor, so 1,000 USD equals
AJ? AJ, help. Actually, it's
well, yeah. So the buy-in was, it's
25
somewhere.
billion USD? Or 25 billion Venetian dong.
Yeah, there you go.
It's pretty incredible.
Yeah, I'm not the math person either.
Which is interesting that we choose poker as a pursuit. That is,
Yeah.
dependent on a
will
lot
say
of stuff.
poker has made me better at math. It really
Certainly.
has. Makes
Certainly.
me focus on more.
Through repetition, yeah. And when we say poker math, you don't need to be sitting in a spot at the table and be able to calculate equities down to the exact percentage. It's just you have to have the ability to recognize the difference through study and understand when things are right or wrong. And then when you get into the play, you can actually let your mind work and then rely on that study. But
Right.
yeah.
And memorize
also-
the percentages too. You don't always have to calculate. If you can, fire off the percentages, that you've memorized, that helps too.
Yeah. And get close to a certain situation and then approximate other situations around it.
Exactly.
Sure. We've got a King Deuce offsuit for Nathan here in the small blind. And this is definitely right up his alley. Now, he's definitely a little handcuffed here with the current chip stacks, but Swede does not want to lose 5.6 million chips from his tower. And we are going to see a flop for sure here. Well, I don't want to say that because he may get aggressive. His mannerisms are definitely changing. The way he's controlling himself at the table, how he's sitting, maybe...
He's sitting back, yep. I always like to say when I'm teaching those poker power students, it's a deviation from the baseline behavior can be a tell.
Absolutely. There are no universal tells. There are only things that people do as habits that they don't know.
Right.
And Nathan leads here with bottom pair. And absolutely Swede's peeling off the way he's running. If he's anywhere adjacent to the best hand, he's coming in there. And the King of Hearts on the turn gives Nathan a very solid hand here with two pair. Now, he still could be behind some draws, but at this point, he's got a nice hand, and he's going to try to go for value here, I think. Especially the way Swede's been playing some of these hands where he's been checking the river.
Yes.
And he also doesn't want to get put in a spot where he gets bet pot on the river again.
Right.
All right. So it's a 600,000 chip bet into a 1,350 chip pot. So from a pure pot odds standpoint, it is definitely not a good call. However, if Swede thinks that he can stack him, and he doesn't, so he's going to fold, and that's a prudent fold.
Good fold. Good fold.
Yes. And Nathan has certainly shown his prowess here. Not afraid of the adversity that comes with tournament poker, and it's something that is essential if you're going to play this game to understand that there are no linear progressions, and you're going to have setbacks, and you certainly have to be able to play a variety of stack sizes in a short period of time. And then someone taps you on the shoulder and says, put your chips in a rack, you're moving to this table. And you're like, but I just got to know all those people.
Right. And sometimes that really feels like it changes the dynamic. It and some people will be like, oh, well, there went all my luck.
Yeah. That's why it's important, really, like we were saying before, to focus on the mental game. We have Jared Tendler, who wrote the Mental Game of Poker Volumes 1 and 2 on LearnWPT.com, and he's got over 45 episodes where he goes through all the different stages of tilt and how to deal with anger, and he actually has a course now where he gets you ready for a tournament prep series. So the next year when you and I are planning our trip to WPT Prime Vietnam, we're going to take the course together and get ready, get our mental game sharp. And I'm probably going to have to upgrade my threads because to be able to deal with this aesthetic, I think I'm going to have to maybe upgrade my sweatsuits, I think.
Yes. He's doing a session for the Women's Poker Association. Some
absolutely.
players coming up here soon too.
Yep. Yeah, it's going to be pretty fun. I think he's going to talk about burnout. So we have an ace of hearts flop, 8 of diamonds, 9 of clubs. And this has all the makings of fireworks in a blind versus blind situation where we've got a limp and a call. Sui is going to lead with his bottom pair and backdoor straight draw. And now Xizhen has an interesting decision here. Because on one hand, middle pair is a pretty strong hand, but Sui has exhibited this small bet situation when he's had top pair, just trying to draw people in. So it's a difficult spot to navigate. And here, this is pretty amazing run of cards for our man Sui.
Yes.
The 6 of hearts on the turn, which is now going to keep his opponent in for a potential straight draw. There's the cross heart interaction between both of them, so they can kind of discount some of the flush draws, but certainly he's going to come in here for a nice sized bet. But again, a sizing of 350. So on the flop, it is 1 big blind, and I'm only betting, a little under half of the pot on the turn. Certainly giving his opponents odds to draw. Xizhen sniff it out. It's really hard to go anywhere with a pair and a straight draw here.
It really is.
So 1.45 million chip pot and an 8 on the river. Sweet Thuc Nguyen is on fire.
Yes. I think this is the first full house we've seen tonight, huh?
Yes, and it's a very big spot for him because when that 8 pairs the board, it's really less likely that he has an 8 to begin with because of the 9 and the 5 in Xizhen's hand. And it's really, 9s and 8s with an ace seems like the winning hand here. There's a 1.1 million chip bet. So here Sui goes again for almost pot-sized bet of value. Did he call? Wow. Oh, wow.
Wow. What a hand.
3.65 million chips. There was little hesitation from Xizhen there. Just really couldn't see a universe where Sui had the 6-8, but he's now got close to 50% of chips in play, over 100 big blinds. Everything has been going his way.
King of the castle over there.
Yeah. And, Xizhen seems to be taking it well.
Yeah. These players are pretty even-keeled so far, it seems. They've got the tilt under control.
Yeah. Yeah, and it's tough to do that in a situation like this, especially if you get your hopes up and you started out as the chip leader, and the first couple of levels there wasn't that much adversity for you. Such a tough spot.
Yep. Do you ever have a kind of tilt that gets you?
Mine's hate losing tilt. It's a hate losing tilt all day, every day.
Yeah?
Yeah, because as a wrestler, I was able to work harder than anybody and win 90% of my matches because it was a very physical sport, right?
Yep.
Endurance was a big thing. Well, in poker, you have to have the right mix of execution. You have to be mentally ready. You have to be strategically ready. You have to make sure that anything you have from your job is taken care of before you get to the felt. You have to make sure to shut your notifications off on your phone.
Yep.
Not get tilted when you win your way into the WPT main event and you sit down and to your left are 3 crushers that have 4 buy-ins with them, you know, and
those things.
and when you work hard at something and you love it and it's your passion and you know it's something that involves losing a fair portion of the time, it takes a while to adjust to it. So
true.
yeah, but you know,
mine's mistake tilt.
yeah, as a teacher I can see that, right?
Way better at it.
Yeah, because I'm telling other people how to do it. Why shouldn't I know how to do it?
Right. I was like, I can't believe I did that. I should have known better then. But no.
Yeah.
Also, sometimes you can make the best decisions and still lose. So.
Yep. That's why the process is the most important. Fall in love with playing the game. It looks like maybe we're getting a little tired here at the WPT Prime Vietnam final table.
Yeah, they're looking a little.
It's time to stand up.
That's a lot of hours the last few days.
It is, and it's a lot of pressure. The amount of pressure psychologically and physically that happens to you when you play a multi-table tournament for multiple days. And I'll just interrupt this missive for a second to let you know that we got ace queen again. Imagine that. And we're going to see what he opens to here. But for sure, when you're in that zone and you're thinking deeply about your decisions, tracking your opponent's actions and things, when you get done and you come home, you kind of like melt.
Yeah,
and in a multi-day tournament, you know, if I have to get up for day 2 of a WPT, I don't have a choice. The alarm goes off and I have to be in my seat. And Matt Savage says, shuffle up and deal it. You better be sitting there. So.
Yeah, when you're talking to non-poker players and you tell them, yeah, I'm going to go play this tournament. It's 12 hours at least, you know, and the goal is to do it again the next day. They're like,
and then they're like, so how much money did you make? And I was like, oh, well, you still have to go a whole nother 12 hours.
Right.
And here we go, Phillip making the move, all in, with 2 million chips with ace 3 off. And I think this is an auto call for Sui. He just wants to go through his process and make sure and count down the chips.
Yep. Always fine to take your time.
Yep. Phillip is feeling his fate here. Sui is going to be the table boss once again. Turns over the ace of clubs, queen of diamonds. So they do share cross suits here. So if the board does call come diamonds, that's one way Phillip could get there. And now we go to the flop. And everybody's waiting.
Well, there's a smile in the background.
Yeah. Queen of clubs, 9 of hearts, 10 of clubs.
Not much help for Phillip.
Top pair, and he's got the backdoor flush draw outs. 6 of diamonds. That's going to do it. Phillip Nguyen, former tennis player turned poker player, the luckiest man in the room. He and his dinosaur have fared very well here at WPT Prime Vietnam. Congratulations, Phillip. 5th place, over 49,000 USD. So now things are getting serious because we have a 4-handed dynamic here, and we have a massive chip leader. I think we're going to have to start see some chances taken from these medium stacks if they have any hope of getting to a heads-up battle with Sui.
Yeah, they gotta take a chunk out of a stack there.
Certainly. But I think we have the crew capable of it. It's no surprise who's remaining here. Again, we're at the 150,000 big blind level with 150,000 big blind ante. And it's also hard in a situation like this to train for something like this, right? 4-handed scenarios, 3-handed scenarios with different stack sizes. Wow, Sui just with an ace opening up in the hijack four-handed.
Well, even heads up, you know, how often do you end up heads up in a tournament?
For sure. You know, it's very difficult and it's challenging. It's one of the things that we've tried to do at Learn WPT with the WPT GTO trainer. We have heads up packs, we have final table ICM packs. And certainly you can train those against the perfect opponent, a computer, and get a baseline of what to do. But that's where execution is important. And we advise all our students, you know, if you're heads up in one of these daily tournaments, let's say there's a daily tournament at the Crown Poker Club and there's 80 people in it, and the top 9 players get paid, and you get to the final table and everybody says, all right, let's chop and let's go home. Now, certainly, if the money means something to you and you want to lock it up, be my guest. But if you want to improve at poker, those are the times you play down to a winner regardless.
Yes.
Because you need to get the muscle memory. You can train all you want, and I recommend you do use things like the WPT GTO trainer to train, but until you get the actual muscle memory of knowing what it's like to move the chips into the pot in a high pressure situation and how decisions change when people get close to the money. You know, some disciplined people change, some of the most aggressive players get tight, and, you know, you find out skill that way. Speaking of skill,
we've got an all-in.
It's a pretty hefty one given the stacks behind. 2.975 million with ace of hearts, 8 of diamonds. And a quick fold there.
Shows the ace and folds.
It's just hitting on all cylinders. Such a great feeling.
That it is.
And that's another reason to experience it, because you could get to a final table of a daily 50 times and end up walking away with 2.5 times your money. But the thrill of making a final table at a WPT festival and playing down and having your friends around and actually feeling that's why we started doing it in the first place. I mean, the money's spectacular, it's fun, but there's achievement in like navigating this. It's a true test of intellect.
Yeah. Well, and these events are so much different too. If you think about the dailies and those types of events. I mean, I've been in, we have an all in, I'll tell you that in a minute.
Hans has decided that he wants to double up. And he is going to get called here. It's just a matter if we're going to see a reshove. And we are. And this is a huge pot. This is a table-changing pot. And we are going to see a classic race here. King Jack of spades versus those pocket nines. As you can see, we're running real close in equities here because none of the suits are shared. And the winner of this hand is going to have 7.5 million in chips or approaching 10 million in chips. Oof. Boy, what a nervous spot.
Yes. Their hearts have to be beaten here.
Xizhen is nervous for him. Look at him.
Yeah.
Well, that's one of the great things about this. I mean, at this point, all players have locked up a sizable return on their money, and there is some hope. Whoa. So we've got 2 fours, the 4 spades, 4 diamonds, and the 3 of clubs on the flop. So far, the pocket nines are clean. Nathan is saying in his head, keep it low, dealer. Keep it low. Oh, the king of hearts on the turn.
Yuhan with top pair of king, and he saw boy 89.
All that's left to save him is a 9.
In the river, the 10 of diamonds. A huge change in stack distribution. Hans finally gets called on one of his shoves, and he doubles up.
3 million
And now
Big
Nathan
shift here.
Tsang. Nathan Tsang is in chip jeopardy here. As you see, they're very careful to count down the stacks. Because you certainly can come back from one big blind and win one of these things.
It's been done before.
Yes.
2, 2, 5. Okay, shaking.
And this is a very stressful time.
5.
And as you can see, what we're playing for, not only are we playing for the title of WPT Prime Vietnam Champion, the first winner of the WPT Prime Champions Cup, but that 177,000 USD first prize and a whopping 126 big blinds for Thuc Nguyen. As we can see, Nathan is down to 16 big blinds, which is still serviceable, but he is definitely a target. And now it'll be interesting to see how Hans leverages this stack that can potentially hurt Sui. It's always interesting to see what when a really aggressive, skilled player does in this spot. Does he continue to go for the close here? If he's cognizant of ICM, he could be in a spot to where he wants to short stack the blind out.
Right.
But with an ace, we might see it right away here.
Just counting it up.
And it is a real strong consideration. I think you may at first glance look at this and say, oh, it's any ace. But if this was suited, it's a no-brainer for it to be an open shove. But because it's offsuit and there's so many overcards that can come, I think it's a pretty prudent open here.
Yeah, playing a little more cautiously.
And with the king deuce in the small blind, Xizhen is just kind of staying out of the way here. Yeah, it gets the job done. It's a great adjustment. That's a lot of poise in a situation. It's very difficult when you take a big hit like that, especially in a high pressure spot. But certainly what I always do, and I think what Nathan did effectively there was he counted how many chips he had in his stack. He took his time. He said, how many chips do I really have in my stack? What's my stack's utility here? Is it better for me just to open shove here and take down X? Or can I take it down with less of an investment?
Thought through that very well.
It has been high caliber play here. And certainly it's evident by the turnout at WPT Prime Vietnam that they love poker in Vietnam.
Yes.
Oh boy. Hans with the ace queen off. He's probably going to employ his traditional strategy here. Oh, he's looking for a small open, maybe to induce. And Jack deuce suited. While reshoving with suited hands that include a Broadway are effective in this spot because of the blocking properties. He's got to be thinking why that raise size, especially the way Hans has been aggressive with his entire range, really. And the only time he's deviated has been in situations like this. Oh, wow, that's a great peel. It's such a, it being suited in this spot is so strong. And if you give him the opportunity to call, he has to. And unfortunately, in this king of hearts, six of hearts, four of spades flop, there's really no hope here to backdoor something and justify a call.
Probably a spot where he's got to let it go. But let's see what happens.
I mean, Hans has exhibited previously caution in this situation when he's the first in raiser on a overcard flop, and yeah, he does again.
Ah,
Is that the opening that Nathan was looking for? And it's
No,
just
he
too
doesn't
bad of
wanna
a
risk
hand
it.
right now. Now,
however,
now he's got to think that a pair of jacks is very strong. And certainly this is a spot that hands can semi-bluff with, even if the jack did hit. And if, as long as that jack doesn't have a door card with it that's going to make a straight with a queen, you know.
Yep.
He's got overs too. So again, takes the passive line and checks. So now the stack to pot ratio is interesting here because it's really only 2 to 1. And it's very hard to lay down second pair in this spot. The way that, you know, the way that the range was effectively capped on the flop by not c-betting. And I think this is a really, really intelligent bet in this spot. It's a great range assessment. It's probably a great read just based on experience with how, you know, Hans has been playing this final table.
Really well done. Yeah, because he could have very easily just put it all in there too. But this was smart.
But our man Hans does not like folding. And the river is the 2 of hearts, which is an incredibly interesting card.
Yes.
But unfortunately, well, unless there's a check raise in his range here, which I don't think there is given stacks, but hands can surprise you. And there's the shove from Nathan. And I don't think a call is anywhere in the neighborhood. I think you just let him sweat here a little bit.
I think you're right.
Although he could have fooled me.
I mean, we did see the ace high call. Oh, really? We see it again.
Wow.
I was just about to say, we did see the ace high call on that other hand, and sure enough, we're seeing it again.
Incredible 2.6 million chip pot. Ace queen goes down to jack deuce suited, and a fantastic value bet with 2 pair, and gets the ace high call from Hans Leo. Nathan Tsang is recovering from near disaster to get himself back into this final table.
I'm really impressed with how he played that hand. He played it very well.
Absolutely. The composure to come back from a situation where you're the favorite with the pocket pair, to battle back in 3 hands to 36 big blinds. What an incredible spot. And, you know, you got to give it to Hans. You don't win tournaments by being timid. And this is one of those ones I'll ask Lucky Chewy or Tony Dunst about to break down, because I would really like to see if there was a branch of the tree where an ace high call there is good. Certainly he's blocking a lot of the Broadway combos because he has an ace and a queen, and because, you know, Nathan flatted on such a short stack.
Yes.
But, you know, he just committed such a large portion of his stack on the river there that if he loses, he's back under 10 big blinds. It's interesting. And Xizhen's getting into the action with King Jack suited. And he's saying, if Sweet calls me again, can you let me win 1 hand, Sweet?
Right. And I have a feeling he might.
Certainly, I don't believe he's going to fold an ace in this spot, especially given the raise size and the chip advantage that he has. I mean, he's positionally disadvantaged, but it's mitigated. The position advantage is mitigated so much by the stack, and the fact that right now, you know, he's in real danger of potentially being the shortest stack at the table if he loses his hand. And of course, it's always good to flop top pair when you raise with King Jack suited. And you're sitting on 5.7 million versus almost 19 million in chips. And we have a bet of 300,000. So again, a smaller sizing. You see the majority of the sizing at this final table has been a third pot or less, which is very common in situations where ICM is in play. What are you thinking, Swee? There you go, buddy.
Good.
You wanted
good.
to. There you go. Oh, look at that. Showing cards and everything.
So friendly.
Yeah, it's been a breath of fresh air, for sure.
Yeah. Yeah.
Now, certainly it's okay to be intense, and I may be one to lock in a little bit more than others, but it's important to remember this is not the only tournament you're ever going to play in your life. When you play in a live tournament, and everybody around you needs to be, you know, there's 9 people at the table. It's not 9 tables of one. It's very
That's right.
important to respect the area and understand that, you know, people from all walks of life play poker, and that's why it's so beautiful. Speaking
I
of
do always
beautiful,
say showing your cards, though, it's giving up information. But, you know, every once in a while.
yeah, I think things like showing your cards or talking during a hand, while they can be beneficial to the world's best players, I think there's a very small percentage of the poker population that is skilled enough to use it effectively without one day sabotaging themselves.
Right.
And you have to be so consistent with all that stuff. And here we go, another situation with pocket floors flatting, and Nathan's getting involved again. And now the old ace-5 suited in the small blind for Swee. We saw what he did with that wheel ace, that ace-4 before, when he took the pocket aces and sent them to the rail.
Here.
And here we go. Raise it up.
There we go. Yeah, you can't really call out of position there.
So I do have a suspicion that perhaps Swee has been looking at maybe a few solver outputs here and there. Because he's targeted his 3 bets very effectively based on those cards. So, and we are going to have a confrontation here. Wow.
He didn't look like he wanted to fold there, but he did.
And I mean, I'm going to be pretty shocked if hands folds here. You know, if there were multiple different universes, I don't know if there's one. There might be one that exists that he gets that. That's it. This is a dream spot for him. I think.
Yeah.
He's probably thinking he's pretty far up in his range, and is this an all-in spot? Because certainly if he's here, those 4s of Nathan goes in the muck, so it's effectively a choice if he wants to go heads up for most likely an all-in pot. And again, that 3-bet sizing is really, really tough. It's got to be pot committing. Wow.
Let it go.
Now, this is a very, very tough spot as well. And he lays it down. And the power of the big stack and the ace-5 suited.
I mean, nobody wants to tangle with him.
Well, I mean, if we look at the final 4 payouts here, right now, 4th place is 65,559. 3rd place, 87,753. 2nd place, 118,637. And first prize, 177, 764. So the jump just from fourth to second is $60,000. Yeah.
Massive.
And given that all these stacks are in the same area, it's really ideal for Sui if he keeps up that pressure. And of course, they haven't been around for a while, but they're back. It's pocket aces.
Let's see if they hold this time, because they didn't last time.
Oh boy. Hans is going to peel one here, which is a prudent defend. 2 Broadway cards four-handed. Flop. 9 of clubs, 3 of clubs, 7 of spades. There are no clubs between the players. Will Nathan get tricky here?
I feel like getting tricky with aces half the time, just you end up in trouble.
And especially on that board
Yeah.
against Hans, who called you in a million chip pot with ace high. He's tended to, that's one of those times where you can say, you know, if someone says, well, he showed up with Jack 6 one time, so he's a loose player. Well, of course he isn't. You have to show instances. Here we see it. Swede's just putting on a masterclass right now. Nearly 20 million chips in play. 3 times the closest competitor. This is really a tough spot. Anywhere between 30 and 40 big blinds doesn't really do damage. You can double someone up and still maintain this aggressive pace. And I think that you know, Hans is the person that he definitely doesn't want to double up just from a volatility standpoint, but he seems to be in control and seems to get more focused with every hand. You know, his mannerisms, as we said, he started out relaxed and now he seems to have a good read on the table.
He does. He does. I wonder if in his head he's like, I'm going to win this, though. This is mine.
Yeah, ask Jared about celebrating early during the webinar. He will tell you that that's one of the biggest flaws of poker players.
Yeah.
Especially tournament poker players. Because if you don't have the same process when you're successful in a hand as you do after you're not, it's very easy to make mistakes. You miss steps in the process because you think you're invincible.
That's true.
Xizhen coming in with the king-queen offsuit, and he's going to take down a hand. It's got to be a bit of a relief after that huge battle with Sui. These players have been battling hard, but it is certainly worth it. As we mentioned, it's not only $177,000. It's not only the title of WPT Prime Vietnam Champion. It's not only the $10,000 seat to the WPT World Championships in Las Vegas in December, but it is that amazing WPT Prime Champions Cup. That is one that everyone wants on the mantle.
So many things on the line today.
Yeah. And I'll have to ask for updates. I'm not sure if anyone here is in the player of this series running.
Oh, good
Certainly, you know, Julian, with his 2 finishes, has to have some points there.
Right.
But we have some high volume grinders. Ace Queen has been the hand today, hasn't it?
We have seen it so many times.
That could be a nightmare for the majority of poker players, though.
Yep.
If you deal me ace queen and jacks every day, I will quit playing poker.
Yeah, don't they call that the parking lot hand, ace queen?
Yes, for sure.
Yep. Sends you right to the parking lot.
And this is an interesting spot. peeling off the Jack-9 offsuit with a massive chip lead versus the Ace-Queen of Xizhen. And I think Xizhen's probably going to size up a little bit here in future hands with Sui. I think he's in a spot that he doesn't want to increase variance when he's got made hands, so yeah, he's peeling. No, just go for the 300,000. That's good discipline.
Yeah. See if we can get some value here.
But no, too savvy. And again, showing the card.
With a smile.
Yeah, hey. He's only been playing poker for 2 years, Xizhen Huang, and his favorite player is Mr. Tom Dwan. So I would assume
Impressive to make this final table. You know, 2 years under your belt. You're down to 4 players. You're getting a big cash here, no matter what.
Yeah, that's pretty. It's kind of Dwan-like, you know.
Yeah.
Of course, you know Tom won like $10 million in 3 months and stuff like that. So.
Yeah, you know, no big deal.
Yeah, it's a little different. Hey, imagine that, AJ. I'm going to give you one guess what hand Nathan has. It's ace queen.
Of course it is. Of course it is.
Yes. Doesn't look like we have any takers here. Although it is tempting to, you know, it's a 2-gapper, but the fact that it's not suited really diminishes your playability post flop, and that's a great choice. It can get frustrating, especially after having that chip lead and then watching someone else win pot after pot, or even become a short stack themselves and then double up to overtake you again. It's some real mental fortitude there.
Yeah. You got to stick with it. You can't start playing too loose or it's not going to benefit you.
Absolutely. But poker's one of those things that you have to be around people that are experienced at success at it, or else you don't ever understand what you don't know. So there is a thing of sticking with it. And as I mentioned before, the wrestler's mentality of sticking with it might be a little bit severe for poker. There are days when you have to take days off. If you play every day, you will never reach your success because you will end up just, you know, falling victim to variance, certainly. It looks like I did get a glimpse of the high roller table back there. I think I saw Sam Greenwood, so.
Oh, all right.
And if there's a high roller table somewhere, there's usually a Greenwood brother there. That is a reminder, everyone here, to stay tuned following the final table of WPT Prime Vietnam here from the Crown Poker Club. We will have high roller action. The high roller is currently playing down to a final table, and when we finish here and crown our new champion, we'll take a short break and come back to bring you more action. So make sure you stay with us. So we've got ace-6 suited versus ace-7 on a queen-8 jack flop. The queen and the jack are diamonds. This is a who wants it more pot. And the two guys that are up for the challenge for sure. Nathan and Hans. Nathan's aggression continues to chip back up. Now over 6 million in chips. I feel like a sportscaster when there's like a big goal and they say, you're gonna point back here to this goal and when he wins. You know?
This is the spot.
And we do have a new blind and ante level here, as you see the WPT Prime Champions Cup and those amazing trophies that you get for winning an event also at the festival. If you're not lucky enough to win the Prime Champions Cup, each WPT event has these great commemorative trophies that come with. The blinds are up 100,000, 200,000 with a 200,000 big blind ante. Adrian Nagy here with AJ Rudolph calling the action at the WPT Prime final table, the Crown Poker Club in Hanoi, Vietnam. It's pretty crazy. Look at that little number up in the corner, that 1,151 entries. And these four
Such
are
a
here
big
battling it
field.
out. And
It is a pretty
Swedish.
cool feeling to say that you've beat that many people, you know?
Yeah, it's really something, and there is a lot of disappointment. There can only be one happy person in any poker tournament, in most cases. But you do have to be able to give yourself time to reflect on that journey and those wins. I mean, even something like heads up, and we've got ace-8 off here.
We've
Hans
got it all in.
shoving it in, and he is going to get looked up by Sui with the pocket jacks. And this is a 6 million chip pot. A 30 big blind pot at this stage. Hans is praying for that ace from space. And Swede just basically looks like, yeah, I know what's going to happen.
He's like, yeah, it's coming.
Oh, there it is. The jack on the flop. Swede flops Jin with the jack of diamonds, jack of spades. The only way Hans can survive at this point is if he gets one of the 4 remaining queens in the deck. The turn is 6 of diamonds. No help. Down to the river. Will Hans Leo survive? Or will Swede become the overwhelming chip leader once again? The river, the 4 of clubs, a valiant effort, a dynamic player. Congratulations. Yuhan Lu, otherwise known as Hans Leo, for your 4th place performance, taking home $65,559. And I'm certain that Hans, we will see him around again. He's a pro poker player, but he really loves to play basketball and travel. That means he's got balance. And he's 31 years old and he's been playing poker for 10 years. So this is not his biggest cash. His largest cash is $220,000. So
well, as we said earlier, you can combine poker with travel. So get all World Poker Tour stops.
Yes, but don't ask me to play basketball also, because that is a sport that involves a ball and hand-eye coordination.
Yes, we've discussed. Those don't work out for you.
Yes, and don't play pickleball or tennis against Vince Van Patten or Tony Dunst. That's just a friendly tip for everyone out there. Tony, sorry I just killed your action, but it is what it is. Yeah, I haven't gotten into the pickleball craze, partially because I'm 47 years old, and well, let's face it, you have to be careful. But it is a big thing in the poker community right now. Everybody's playing it, so.
I haven't tried that one out yet either.
Yeah. I think it would be fun, but I certainly would have to get a little bit more cardio fitness for it.
There you go.
And plus, I would end up.
For the summer.
Yeah, and plus would end up getting suckered by Vince or Tony at some point, because that's just how it goes. Xizhen raising it up with King 9 of Hearts, which is a great hand, 3-handed. And of course, Sui gets Ace 9 offsuit. And he puts in a sizable 3-bet again. 1.2 million chips. And you definitely have to be frustrated if you're Xizhen in this spot. 3-handed, a suited king is extremely strong. You start thinking to yourself, is we just going into hyper-aggressive mode because of the chip lead? It's a super tough ITM spot. It's really a challenge here to stay focused and make the correct decision.
And he's got the chips to push people around with lesser hands that he has here, so
yeah,
it could be a spot where he's just doing that, but it's hard to know.
Wow.
Oh, he let it go.
What a great discipline fold by Xizhen. Certainly shows why he was the chip leader coming into this event. And you know, if I had that kind of savvy when I was 2 years in, I'd be pretty proud of myself.
Absolutely. He's playing very well for only having played for 2 years.
We are getting down to it here. Three-handed action. Each time the blinds go through you, it is a 500,000 chips.
Well, Nathan here too is only 2 years and only 2 months as a pro.
This seems like one of those decisions that will be very well validated by confirmation bias.
Yeah.
In the short term, it's great because I'm locked up over $70,000, dollars, and I might win the WPT Prime. And if he does, it's going to be a great story. He certainly is a capable player.
He is.
He's exhibited strategic adjustments that are veteran, for sure. This is another spot here where Xizhen looks like he's going to peel off here. Oh no, a 3-bet. Great 3-bet here to 1.3 million. And their stacks are so similar that it's possible to peel here given position, because king high, suited king is strong. However, committing any chip speculatively in a situation like this is not really advised. Just, when you start on a tournament in an exceptional structure like a WPT Prime event, you're 250 big blinds deep. You can play all those suited connectors, suited one gappers, suited two gappers, take chances with small pocket pairs. But in this spot, especially given the stacks, calling off 20% of your stacks speculatively is just a recipe for disaster.
It really is.
And here we see 10-9 offsuit for our chip leader on the button. And he's going to keep the hammer down. And that's 450,000. So just 2 1/4 big blinds, which is plenty to inflict stress on either of these stacks. And we have the pocket
ways.
5.
He should really be opening all kinds of hands, so he's doing the right thing here.
Certainly. Pocket 5s here. Again, there is a ICM consideration. However, because pocket 5s are so susceptible to overcards, the times that Sui is opening 50% of his range from the button, 60% of his, oh my gosh.
Wow. Oh, this is going to get ugly, I think.
When I grow up, I want to be Sui Thuc Nguyen. Okay? Not only does he flop the straight, but he's got the straight flush draw. And his opponent has picked up an open-ended straight draw. Now, it's an open-ended straight draw with the bottom of the end of it, so he can be a little bit cautious.
But he could still he could make a call here, This is not a bad spot for him to be in.
Yes. Probably wishes he had a club though.
Yeah.
But this is a spot on most monotone boards. I mean, this is a heavily coordinated monotone board, but your opponent's going to be taking a stab with a very wide range of hands. Oh my gosh.
And he does. He makes the call.
Oh my gosh.
Stop it.
It is squeeze day, and
Oh.
it's going to be very difficult to lay this hand down absent a club. Even if the board pairs, it's going to be difficult to find many sets here. What a dream spot. Can we extract the max here?
I think, oh, this would be such a, this would be an amazing fold if this happened. I don't think he can get away from this.
There's a lot of consternation on his face, and it's, when he called before, he called extremely quickly when he thought he had a hand that was worth calling.
That's true.
This is definitely, and of course this is, you know, effectively for his tournament life in this spot, because if he calls here, is he going to fold the river? Wow.
Oh.
And the ace of spades on the river. I don't think it's possible to get away from this spot. However,
No.
given the size of the pot, so we would need to overbet. In order to get all the chips in. And this is why we're seeing a lead in this spot for sure.
Yep. Sweet's got to be putting them all in right now, though.
Yeah, and it's unfortunate. I don't think there's a fold in there.
No.
He's like, if you have the flush, you have the flush.
Oh, he looks so worried. And
Yeah.
he should be. He should be.
Yeah, I mean, with the 10 of clubs, you don't have to say it's a lock that he doesn't have a flush, but it diminishes the possibility. Just now wondering if he can get him to call off for the rest of it.
Yeah. Xizhen just really looks pained right here.
For sure, though, if this is someone who's only been playing for 2 years,
Yeah.
there is a chance that he will fold here to a raise.
He might, that's a good point. That's a good point.
And that's something to be very aware of your opponents, for the same reasons why they will call in positions where pros or more experienced players would not, because that's what they do. They will also be more risk tolerant in situations like that. I mean, if you look at the size of the bet, there's a flush possible on the board, there's a higher straight on the board, but, you know, in a blind... Wait, what?
I don't know what just happened.
Okay, AJ. Let's take a breath, and let's both first... we're both doing commentary for the WPT Prime Vietnam final table at the Crown Poker Club, correct?
Yes, we are.
Okay.
I can't believe that
was
happened.
an incredible turning what he thought was the best hand into a bluff, getting the best hand to fold. And it's really shocking that he got a fold in a situation where it wasn't for all of his chips, and he had a potential flush blocker with the club.
Wow. I can't believe he folded there. I really can't. I thought he was snap putting the guy all in.
I guess he's made an assessment that Xizhen is so risk adverse that he would only be betting in that situation if he had a flush.
Right. But, to me, the hands over the face, he just looked scared there, which
Oh yeah,
I think he was.
he completely changed everything.
Wow. Wow.
Yeah, he completely changed the way he did everything, and maybe that was a situation where Zui is feeling himself and said, you know what, I've been making all these great calls, maybe I can make a great fold. You can sometimes trick yourself like that.
Right.
But in reality, he still maintains a massive 2.5x chip lead over the nearest competitor.
Yeah, that certainly wasn't a hand that killed his game. So.
Yeah, I mean, it's from an ICM perspective. I guess you could whittle it down to a section where you could justify making the fold. I just can't believe he folded, because if you think you have
We were
if you
both
think,
shocked.
does he think he has the best hand on the flop? And he thinks he has the best hand on the turn.
Yeah.
Why did it change on the river? An ace
Right.
couldn't have changed it, so.
I mean, the ace to me meant nothing to either player.
No, in my opinion, I would say the same thing. It doesn't affect
275.
the strength of your hand.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's incredible.
Interesting hand.
Never a dull moment here on the World Poker Tour.
That's right.
That's a shocker. I'm telling you, that is one I am definitely bringing back to the guys, and I'm going to say, I need a strategy episode on this for LearnWPT.com, because, you know, there are instances of people folding big hands in high-pressure ICM spots on the money bubble of a $50,000 tournament, or if you're playing the upcoming WPT Alpha 8, the $111,000 buy-in with one drop this summer. There may be some spots where if you fold, you make $150,000 even if you have the best hand. But that seems a very weird spot, especially given he could have lost all his chips there. He could have doubled him up and still dominated him. But, you know, so we knew he was going to get queens here.
Of course.
So,
yeah, saw it coming.
Is he debating the limp pot situation? No.
No.
He's coming in. What an incredible fold. What an incredible what he did not believe was a bluff for sure.
Right.
He thought he had the best hand with that straight, which is pretty incredible. Now Xizhen's feeling himself a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
Certainly with Jack 10 offsuit.
Oh.
I would think that it's a good complete here. You know, especially when you just want all those chips and you have some room to play with and you have position on the
It's
chip
not a bad
leader.
hand in big blind.
Yeah, but hey, when the big money's on the line, and a WPT title and going down in history is, you know, it's on your LinkedIn page, AJ. It's
That's right.
Director of Product at Poker Power and whatever your accolades are. And I will definitely put my WPT championship on my LinkedIn as well.
Heck yeah.
For sure.
Man, that's something to brag about.
Yeah. I can't believe he folded that. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Where are we right now?
Folded that for the next hour or so.
Yeah, that was incredible. That was incredible. Well, so he's back to putting the pressure on here. And it feels like instinctively that Xizhen knows that in some of those spots with a suited king may be defendable. But that could also be the manifestation of only playing for 2 years, right? He's obviously got amazing instincts, but...
Yeah, but against a player who has been playing for much longer, there are certainly spots where, you know, you're going to do something a little bit differently than having more experience.
Yes. Oftentimes that's increasing the variance against that player, putting that player in a spot where they're playing for bigger chunks of chips and not allowing them to potentially outplay you on future streets. It's obviously a volatile style.
Right.
It's nice to pick up pocket six in a spot here. Almost have your stack up back up to 10 million.
Yeah. I mean, any pocket pair three-handed feels pretty great.
And again, a testament to the structure, you know, to be short stacked but have 40 big blinds is pretty incredible.
It is.
And, you know, your short stack's only 25 big blinds, so. Oh, boy. Another exciting pot between these two gentlemen for sure.
They just keep going at it.
Sui really has been in some great spots where he's just been either notching his opponent or outdrawing them, and looks like we got a 3-bet coming here. And we do 1.5 million in chips. And now we're getting serious because we're talking about 20% roughly of Xizhen's stack. And while he's been adventurous in calling some of these raises before, this really is a critical spot because there's not going to be much left in stacks. You're going to have almost, 4 million in the pot with 6 back. And he does make the fold. Wow.
Wow. He has made some very, very disciplined folds here.
Yes, he's been really taking an observational sort of sit-back stance and thinking through his hands effectively. It's really impressive,
Well, and if he can get Nathan to go out before him, that makes a huge difference in the pay jump here. So.
Absolutely. We're talking about a difference of $87,000 to $118,000. So perhaps that even speaks to the reason why we made that fold,
Sure.
If I'm reading this correctly, he did have that, his largest cash was 59,000 previously, so he's just eclipsed his largest cash by getting 3-handed here. And sometimes strategy goes by the wayside when we have those little wins that we've been dreaming about.
That's true.
Here's Nathan with the ace-king offsuit, and he does what you do when you get ace-king offsuit. Raise it up to 475,000 chips.
Oh, interesting. Okay. He's thinking about it here.
Yeah. I do believe that he's got really good instincts, and he knows that instinctively, because he has a king, it's less likely that his opponent does, but it probably is. He's playing on such feel and emotion right now that he's just got a great sense of the way things are. And certainly I'm not suggesting that he's, sensing things that others aren't, but if he's in tune and focusing on the players because strategically he doesn't necessarily have another plan, he's obviously very skilled.
He's got to notice that Nathan hasn't been playing a lot of hands too. So
yeah.
He's probably waking up with a way better hand than King 4, and he was.
Yeah, and he's also been value betting super effectively in spots and really just been picking his opportunities as well.
Yep.
Here we see King Jack offsuit on the button, continuing to get great hands, even at a full table that he would raise with. And
here we go again.
Yeah. This is going to be a challenging spot because of the position. However, we're now quickly approaching a spot with 7.6 million in chips that, losing a hand here against Xizhen is going to change the ways we plays a little bit. So 3-bet to 1.9. So that's a good size from out of position. And so he does have the ability to peel here because he's on the button. But that size is kind of concerning. He knows he's going to be facing, in most situations, a c-bet on the flop that's going to be, 1 million, 2 million. And if the betting's geometric, it's going to be tough to get to the river before he gets all in. So good fold, disciplined fold.
Yep.
I mean, he's in the disciplined folding business these days, which is quite shocking.
And I feel like people overvalue King Jack, especially King Jack off sometimes.
Yes.
So it's good to fold it.
Yeah,
Again,
I think
facing aggression.
I think when you have those cards that are part of a range and you get used to opening from position based on the standard, you get so focused on that. Yes, they're in. I can play them.
Mm-hmm.
That you forget that the next step in the process, as you said, is what just did that person call, raise or fold? How many people are in the pot? You know.
That changes everything.
But they're so pretty, and sometimes all you look at is 6 deuce and 9-3,
and you just want to play a hand, and you just want to stay in and see a flop, and
yes, we've got a limp here from the small blind with 3 deuce suited from Nathan. And we'll see
I
if
don't think
Sweet
he's
wants
letting this go. Nope.
Yeah, it's too hard. It's too hard to this short-handed with an ace.
Yeah, you got to push back.
And it is important. You talked before about beginners, and as people are getting into intermediate areas of play, you have to remember that your opponent doesn't always have it. Just because they're in a pot, just because they're taking an action, they don't always have it. So if you have an ace in a situation 3-handed and someone limps, you can sit there and think, oh, they're always trapping me. Why else would they limp? Or you can raise your range and then proceed accordingly.
And it doesn't always have to work. If they call you some of the time, that's okay. But
Yes.
sometimes they're going to fold. So
Yes.
it works out.
Yes. Sometimes they do fold. Not our min hands, but sometimes they do fold. Let's see if we're going to employ the limp pot strategy with our bad hands or if he's going to go to raising again.
And he really hasn't had a lot of bad hands.
No.
He just, has been getting very lucky.
This is a great play.
Being dealt.
Yes. And avoiding betting pattern tells by changing your raise size or your approach with certain hands. He gets it done.
Mm-hmm. And that's what he should be. That's what he should be doing a fair amount of the time. He's got the big stack. He should be pushing them around a little bit, or a lot, really.
Absolutely, and he has got quite the mountain building there. Trying to attract all those chips to the corner and just turn around and grab his WPT Prime Champions Cup. However, Xizhen and Nathan definitely are still in this battle. And one of the most surprising folds I have seen in a very long time, through just the sheer aggression in that river lead and the belief of Xizhen that, I got to have the best hand. It'll be interesting to see how this plays out, if that is truly the pivotal hand of this tournament. Sure feels like it.
Yeah. Yeah, they're doing a great job of hanging in there. Waiting for the right hands.
Absolutely. It's really a testament to the skill that the players are there, that they've all had discipline. Even the players that we've lost to this point in the final table, there was no outlandish plays. Hand showed a lot of heart calling with ace high there. It was ultimately, decimated his stack, but we haven't seen anyone get crazy out of line. But it has been an exciting final table. I'm really glad you're here with me, AJ, and it's been a
Thank you.
great hanging with the WPT universe.
Yes. I'm enjoying myself.
Well, that's awesome. I'm certain Xizhen is enjoying seeing those kings.
Oh, yes.
And with 40 big blinds in his stack, it's a nice spot to just have a standard open. And Nathan is getting rid of that 7 deuce. And I believe Sui is going to look him up with this 5-4. And it really is the type of hand that has a lot of equity when played post-flop versus these premium pairs. He's going to elect appeal. So we've got already 1.2 million chips in the pot, and the flop is smashes. It's the best flops we could have without locking up the hand completely.
Right.
An amazing flush draw, gut shot straight draw, and the ace high that could potentially slow down his opponent enough to where he can realize his equity. It's really amazing. However, Xizhen is going to continue for 400,000. And in this spot on the flop, got a 4-1 on your money with the prospect of another 35 big blinds back. It looks like he's going for it. Wow. Raised to
Putting all the pressure.
1.5. And now this is just a really, really tough spot for Xizhen. He's got to think that Sui is capable of raising here with a flush draw. However, does that flush draw contain an ace?
Right.
Is it a pair plus a flush draw? See those?
Yep. Use those time chips.
Yes.
This is a good spot for it.
It's really crucial in this spot to take every last second of time because while he didn't show aggression and raise back with that ace, there are still some aces in his range. It's just really a difficult spot. And most importantly, Xizhen can fold here and still have 35 big blinds, and he does elect to fold. And just a really masterful play there.
Well, so they each got each other to fold the worst hand, or the best hand, I mean.
For sure. I mean, it's a slight difference of magnitude.
Yeah, this is true.
But certainly, it's pretty amazing to see that aggression. And you can see, so he still has a stranglehold. He could double up either player and still maintain the chip lead over both. And with those blinds getting ready to come up soon, we're still at 100, 200, 200, but it is going to be time for action soon. And there you see it. 87,000 for third, 118,637 for second, and the champion of WPT Prime Vietnam takes home $177,764. Still smiling, enjoying themselves. This is fantastic.
That's one of those top prizes that every poker player dreams of.
Absolutely. Some have nightmares about it too. You know, I guess it's all in your frame of reference.
Glass half full, glass half empty.
All right, so we've got Sui completing with King Deuce off in the small blind. And we have the flop of 10 of clubs, 5 of clubs, 7 of spades. Nobody connecting here. There we go. Again, the aggression from a shorter stack. It's causing Zui to just kind of sit back here a little bit and say, I want to make sure I have it locked up before I put it in. I mean, granted, flopping it straight and folding on the river, you know, that's pretty much as lock as you can get. But it would be interesting to hear the justification. You know, I kid, but we've all been in those situations in the poker table that you start to put together a story and you get down the track and say, wow, that has to be what it is. Why else would someone do that? And that's part of the game too. You will get bluffed. It's impossible to be in a situation and call correctly or bet correctly in every session. So it's a great
there
lesson.
were hands out there that could beat him. So,
Absolutely.
you know.
Absolutely. And when the stakes are this high, you got to go with your gut. Xizhen here. It's going to call and just try to keep Zui in the hand. Now, this is definitely a spot where, because of the increased pot odds and the fact that he's closing the action, it could be considered. But every chip is so precious to these short stacks right now.
Yep. Didn't want to throw it away there. Maybe if it was suited, he would have called.
Oh boy. There's some potential fireworks here.
Oh, yes.
This is a spot where Xizhen elects to play slow. You could extract some decent equity from this hand. Now, of course, Zui's looking for that magic 3 on the turn, which he's been pretty good at tonight.
I was going to say, you know, the way he's been going, that could very well happen.
Yeah. But Savvy elects to check behind. So we go to the turn.
Or,
7
you know,
spades
runner
on the
up
turn.
spades.
No.
on the
Plus
river
the flush
there,
draw.
maybe. Yep.
And certainly we're not super happy if we're Zui and it's the 3 of spades. But it's still additional equity. And he's going to get to see the river, I think. No, he's going to put money in the pot. 300,000. It's a very small bet. Quarter pot size bet. And this is certainly designed to, you know, potentially fold out with a small bet, but, you know, he wants to get paid off. He potentially thinks he has the best hand or the best draw. The 7 of diamonds on the river is going to make that tough, though. And certainly this is really a tough spot. And one hand betting here might induce some additional action. Yeah, he's gonna win it with the aces full of 7s. A nice 1.1 million chip pot. Slowly chipping away at the massive towers of Thuc Nguyen. And Nathan's just shown great patience. Again, he's been through a ton of adversity at this final table. You know, crazy hero calls and flipping for his tournament life a few times, and he's really battled back. It's been a great final table.
It really has.
And
Great
if you've
players,
been with
great
us,
action.
and if you've been with us throughout, thank you so much. We really do thank everyone for watching. Without the fans, the World Poker Tour is not the World Poker Tour. So thank you very much. And certainly, if you are in the United States and any of the time zones that are watching this, you're either up after a really fun night or you're getting up with a cup of coffee. So thanks for joining us.
Yeah, it's starting to be bright and early over here.
Yeah. Well, in Vegas, it's just becoming Vegas.
Yeah, that's true.
Here we see a really interesting spot. Nathan is going to take that ace-8 offsuit and reshove into the ace-4 suited of Xizhen. I would be very surprised to see a call here. However, stranger things have happened at this table tonight.
We've been surprised tonight, so.
Yeah.
Surprised by some ace-high calls, surprised by some folds.
Yes.
Who knows?
Years from now, you'll be at a table in a WPT event and you'll say, oh, yeah? Well, one time. And they'll go, I don't believe you, AJ.
Say, wait, we have it on video.
Google me.
Yeah, right.
That's a good laydown.
Shows it. Yep.
Yes, it's really a interesting mix of risk tolerance and just straight guts. I mean, if you play that hand from the perspective of Xizhen, he was betting for value in that spot. So sometimes someone can be so convincing and believe they have the best hand, it can put you in a really, really tough decision-making spot. I am telling you, AJ, if you have the opportunity, you got to try some of these satellites to these prime events and the WPT World Championship.
Yes. Well, I will definitely be back in Vegas for the WPT Championship. We'll see about the main event. I might have to try to satellite into that, but definitely playing some of these events because that was just an absolute blast last December.
That's awesome. Well, definitely check it out. There's a lot of locations that you can play satellites, and certainly you can try Club WPT if you want to do that. The great part about that is there's a fixed amount a month, and it's basically just opportunity after opportunity to win a seat to a WPT event. Oh boy. This is interesting. It looks like Xizhen is getting tired of folding a little bit. The Jack-8 of hearts and flops a crazy draw. Zui is still ahead with the Ace-10 of diamonds. He's certainly going to continue as the first in razor. It'll be curious to see if Xizhen continues his passive play with his big hands and draws. Can't imagine we get a fold here. Just checking to make sure. And we have the beginnings of a pot here. 2.1 million in the center and the king of diamonds on the turn. It's going to be difficult if Sui decides to fire a second barrel, and this is a great card to fire a second barrel on. Anytime you get an overcard to the board that's an ace, king, or queen after you've been first in and c-bet, it's a great spot to barrel. And that's why, because there are hands in your opponent's range like these draws that don't have connected cards to the board that you can push the equity out. But now it's kind of a nebulous spot. I mean, especially with that diamond draw, pushing equity would be preferred. Now you're on the river with the jack of clubs. Let's see if the artist can get a fold the other way now.
Right. I think he's got to feel like his jack is good.
Yeah. And I can't imagine him betting and opening up the betting again for a potential raise. But Xizhen says, stay in the booth, buddy. This is how it's done.
We're firing.
It's just a very intelligent bet, given the fact that when, you know, Zui slows down there, he's removing a lot of the best hands from his range because he's not betting. In some cases, he could trap and do that, but those cases are usually few and far between. So, you know, you got a quote unquote weakness. You have to have a prudent attack for it, but still attack it. Wow.
Oh, he called.
And here we are with the ace high call. And this ace high call, I can say I can see a lot clearer, just given the fact with the diamond draw, and he had a 10 in his hand with the 9x combos. And certainly the bet was sized appropriately that allowed Xizhen to extract enough value there without it being so confrontational. But here we go.
Not a bad call, but gave Xizhen some more chips to play with.
And certainly, I don't know if Zui's got someone on, you know, watching the stream for him and is going to give him feedback. But when he goes on break here in about 15 minutes and he finds out that he folded that straight, I'm wondering how that's going to change the dynamic of this table.
Right.
We open it up with the king high, which is certainly good to open up on the button. And is his bet sizing the same? Okay, he's keeping his bet sizing the same. Now we've got king 8 suited from Xizhen in the small blind. And I think he's alert enough to realize that there could be a potential squeeze here if he calls. Yeah. He's going to lay it down. And Nathan with the ace-queen offsuit. Nathan's a very tricky opponent. I'll be very interested to see here if he does elect to slow play this. No?
Nope.
The offsuit big ace. And growing that stack up little by little, just hanging around. Nathan Tsang.
I mean, that's a good strategy, really, because the other two keep going at each other.
Yes.
And if he can just hang in there, he could really level up.
Yes, and certainly, you know, heads up, you don't ever want to run into heads up in a 10-to-1 chip disadvantage, but the nature of heads up, you know, you could play against the best player in the world 100 times and you're going to win your fair share of those just because of how volatile heads up play is. So,
right.
There has been a bit of a rivalry developing by proximity, but I think both Zui and Xizhen have started to try to feel each other out as well.
They have. They've done a good job of that.
And plus, I just think it's kind of probably feels like pretty boss to make an ace high call in a situation like that. I think everybody should do that once in their life, you know.
Yep.
All right. So we've got a complete from the small blind from Nathan. And the jack of spades, deuce of diamonds, 7 of hearts flop. In this spot, choosing to lead. 225,000 chips and gets the fold. And just chipping away. Stacks are shrinking a little bit, but Zui still does have a pretty substantial chip lead here.
I think he keeps looking back at the blinds timer behind him. Is that what he's doing there?
Yeah, definitely. Starting to feel that pressure a little bit.
Yep.
While it's good to be cognizant of your stack, it's also not good to What do I have now? What do I have now? What do I have now?
You don't want to get blinded out either.
No, for sure. I don't think any of these three gentlemen at this table are, inclined to do that.
No, I don't think so either.
And here's a quality hand, three-handed, queen eight suited. So standard open. And Sui with an ace. Is he still cold off from that hand, or is he gonna? Wow. Here comes the 3-bit. What's he cutting out there? 1.5. And I'm assuming we're going to get a fold here with the queen eight. However, in position, suited with a queen. A fair spot to take off as a defend. It's just too much, though.
Yep.
That additional 1.2 million chips is so important. Even one big blind additional is such a lifeline in this situation when you're one of these stacks that's just churning your way up. But at a certain point, they will emerge to try to do damage to each other and level up just because they have to each eventually start playing cards. But
yes, but every bit counts. So
let's see here if Sui can reverse this trend. And he certainly has had an above average distribution of quality cards. I will say that. And he's played
really
them
has.
great. He's really played them great. There's another tough spot for Xizhen in the small blind,
Yeah.
It's mowing him down.
Yeah, rare to see him fold, but when he is raising here, he generally has, I haven't seen him raise with, wow, that's garbage, it's making sense most of the time he's doing it here.
Absolutely, and I think the key thing to focus on is when he does make hands, he's really great at getting value,
Mm-hmm.
Targeting that over bet early on. I think it was Hans he was targeting there with that million chip over bet. It was really smart play and got full value. It was a pot size bet, excuse me. Looks like we're finally getting some nutrition here at the table.
Yeah, he's been snacking a little bit throughout, which is a good thing to do. Keep yourself going.
Yeah. It doesn't hurt when you get king queen offsuit on the button too.
That'll keep you going too.
Yeah. It has been non-stop action here at the WPT Prime Vietnam final table. We are three-handed, and we are approaching our next break. Just a reminder that after tonight's WPT Prime Vietnam final table, we will be broadcasting the final table of the High Roller, which is playing down right now. So stick around for exciting poker action with the World Poker Tour. And as you see on this flop, Xizhen has hit it very firmly. I just don't think there's a version of the future where he gets value out of this hand, unfortunately for him.
Yeah, I don't think there's a call here.
But the bet is the best play. And
yeah, no chance.
Maybe waiting for the break clock, I'm sure everybody would be excited to stand up, get a little air, stretch the legs, talk to their friends, find out they folded the best hand,
You know, things like that.
It really is. It's a tough pursuit because you're constantly challenged, and you have to have no ego in those situations. Because the thoughts and the emotions that you had in that moment gave you that decision, and you can't take that back. You are who you are, right?
Right. Yeah, you
And he
can't
still
let it
maintained
tilt
the chip
you, and
lead.
you just have to move forward and take that information for what it is and use it.
Yeah, that's the lesson for sure. You know, you should teach poker, AJ. You really should.
Turns out.
And oh boy. So Nathan shoves, and Xizhen doesn't even think about it. There's definitely no. He does have a defined idea of his ranges in those spots, and he's pretty risk adverse when it comes to the rest of the stack for sure.
Yep.
And that's a good trait to have. And it's pretty exciting to battle down to this point.
I don't
some
think
great
anybody's
memories.
calling him without a really good hand because they're seeing him only show up infrequently.
For sure. We still have a huge chip disparagement. You know, it's difficult to keep chipping away when the chip leader has 2.5 or 3x the stack. Action folds to Xizhen in the small blind with King 9 offsuit. Certainly worth an open. He has been limping in some of these spots as well.
Yeah, I remember seeing him do that. That's true. Oh, there you go.
And we get a complete. Nathan here with Jack 7 suited.
Huh.
It's a good spot to take a flop here. However, could be worth a 3-bet in this spot or raising this spot too. Oh, he's going to decide to take the passive route. And again, you know, he could still double through Xizhen, and Xizhen's still in the tournament. So, and he flops the world.
Yeah, he really does. It's like, okay.
It's really hard to see that unless you. In a bet of 200,000 by Xizhen.
It was interesting how he threw that out there.
Yeah. Yeah, he's definitely
kinda
changed up his.
It was just kind of like, let's try to stab at this.
Yeah.
Is what that felt like to me.
And I think Nathan may have sensed that.
Right. 650.
First you check in, and then you raise it. And that's Nathan's showed a lot of skill in these blind versus blind spots. He's known when to really put the leverage bets in. It's a great spot.
Yep. I was just about to say, I bet he lets that go. He's got nothing going on there.
Well-timed aggression and similar stacks in these spots. There really is a lot of ICM pressure. We are still playing for that first prize of $177,764. You see it there? It's all been Z-Talk Nguyen. It's got 75 big blinds, 54% of the chips in play. Our second place, Xizhen Huang, with 39 big blinds, or 9 million in chips. And rounding it out is the tough Nathan Tsang with 25 big blinds. We're going to break. We will see you in a few.
There's a look at your leaderboard going into the final table. Vince Pat Quinn out in front, followed by Maxime Heroux and David